if we could get started, we have a public forum tonight, and we really need to get this meeting started if we're going to be able to have the presentations that we have planned. So let me first start off with the consent agenda. Is there anyone that has a separate vote or a comment to make on the consent agenda? Any council member? Hearing none. Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 34 through 58?
So moved.
Do I have a second? I need a second, guys. It is the consent item. We have a second from Ms. Watlington. All in favor of the consent items? Any further discussion? All in favor, Ms. Mayfield.
I'm trying to pull it up. 37 through.
Item 37.
No.
Said 34.
I'm pulling it up, Madam Mayor. You went through that kind of quickly, unfortunately. So for item 36.
Item 36, Central Business
And-
District. Sewer.
Correct.
All
That
right.
one I would like to pull out.
For a separate vote? Ms. Mayfield, you said pull out for a
Yes,
separate
ma'am.
vote or questions?
For a question.
All right.
Staff did respond. I wanted to have Marie share that with me because I had a specific question on the sewer construction change order. I wanted, because this is their 5th change order. Yeah, we need glass cleanup.
Aisle 3.
So Marie,
If we only had
if you
that new
can
assistant.
respond to item 36, please.
All right.
In for that.
Why don't we do this, Ms. Mayfield, so that we can get this done and with attention with everyone? Why don't we go ahead and approve and then come back to 36, approve the other items?
All items outside of item 36.
All right, so we're going to have a motion
Move
to
to approve.
approve items 34 through 58 with the exception of 36, and we'll come back to that so that we can get the additional information. Any further discussion? All in favor of those items, please, with the exception of 36.
And 47 if we're doing that. Look, I'm scrolling through.
And 47.
Correct.
36 and
Now for what?
47.
Move to approve those two now.
We haven't voted on the other.
We haven't voted on
No.
all except 36 and
And
47.
47.
Please raise your hand. All right, that's unanimous. Anybody opposed? All right, we'll come back to 36 and 47 after Ms. Mayfield
Thank you,
can
Madam
pull
Mayor.
it out. So we are really tight on time, and what I'd like to do is go ahead and have our presentations and start off with the River District or Project Breakpoint. I've heard it called different things for a while, so we'll start with that, and then we'll come back to the NOAA opportunity. We've covered the ARPA housing and resilience funding opportunities, so thanks, Sean, for that. So, Ms. Dodson.
Thank you, Mayor. So you said it right. It's Project Breakpoint in the River District, so it's both. Many of you have heard about this project already, but we wanted to take the opportunity tonight to bring it in front of full council. And in an effort to keep things moving quickly, we'll do a quick overview of the River District and then put the meat of the discussion around Project Breakpoint, and I'll come back at the end and discuss the public-private partnership. Many of you sat around this table back in 2017 and may remember when we approved the River District. It set the stage for a long-term public-private partnership that was contemplated all the needs of a diverse and inclusive and unique community in Charlotte. So to start, I'd like to bring Brendan Pierce up here to talk about the River District.
Thank you, everyone. Very excited to talk about Project Breakpoint and, more importantly, the River District, which Crescent Communities. I'm Brendan Pierce, President of Commercial Development at Crescent, and we've been working on this project for 7 years, and frankly, we would not be here today without the public-private partnership we have had with the city. It has made the River District possible, and we are on the precipice of the River District becoming reality. So 1,400 acres in between 485 and the Catawba River, and it is going to be the most dynamic mixed-use development in the city. And what is it? And before I turn it over to Breakpoint, it's a dynamic mixed-use development, but what importantly is it's 550 acres of open space. It's 30 parks, and every house is going to be within 1 block of a greenway or a park. We're going to have a 2-acre sustainable working farm there, over 30 miles of biking trails and walking trails, all 5 minutes from the doorstep of Charlotte Douglas Airport. It is going to be an incredible development, and we are really excited about the future of this. But not only from a mixed-use development standpoint, but all the other things, sustainability and the focus on affordable housing and variety of housing, and making sure that we've got a community that is accessible to everyone in this city. And also one where we're building it out, we're thinking about minorities, small businesses, women-owned businesses. Right now, 10% is our requirement on that. We're already at 12% with affordable housing. 8% is our requirement. We're already at 14%, and that is the trend line, and that is what the River District is going to be all about. Inclusiveness, sustainability, and a dynamic opportunity, which I want to turn it over, since we're tight on time right now, the Chief Operating Officer of BMOC Capital, Ford Perry, to talk about what is going to be a dynamic catalyst for the River District. So, Ford.
Thanks, Brendan. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ford Perry, the Chief Operating Officer at BMOC Capital. 9 months ago, we invested several $100 million to acquire the rights to one of the premier tennis tournaments in the world. I spent more than 4 decades in North Carolina, including 23 years in Charlotte before moving to Charleston about 3.5 years ago. So the opportunity to bring this tournament back home to Charlotte is incredibly appealing. However, despite my biases, we are running a process and looking at a number of different cities, including Cincinnati, Ohio, where the tournament is today. My goal tonight is to highlight 3 important elements of this project. 1, the significance of this tournament. It's considered one of the most prestigious trophies in all of tennis. 2, the benefits that a $400 million tennis and entertainment campus will have on the west side of Charlotte, and the ability to transform it into a destination for sports and music. And 3, the direct impact our investment will have on the community. That last piece, investing in the community, is truly important to our organization. It's something we've done extensively in Charleston and across South Carolina, and we want to be much more than a tennis partner to the city of Charlotte. We're not exactly sure how that plays out, but we're confident that we'll have opportunities to emulate some of the relationships that we have created in Charleston and around South Carolina, including with the city of Charleston, the Charleston County School District, and the Medical University of South Carolina. We're very proud of those partnerships and our track record with those organizations, whether it's 4, soon to be 5 Title I schools serving more than 2,000 students in South Carolina, or the nearly 300 need-based scholarships that we expect to award in July worth more than $12 million, or the efforts we have working with MUSC to combat the mental health epidemic by creating more innovative treatment protocols. Those projects are complicated to replicate, but we know at a minimum the tennis side of this project will have a direct impact on the lives of hundreds of kids in this community by introducing them to the sport of tennis, which we believe provides an affordable and accessible conduit to teaching crucial life skills. So let me pivot to the project. I promise I'll flip through this quickly, but there's some important highlights. As I said, we acquired the Western and Southern Open. It's one of the most prestigious trophies in all of tennis. It is a Masters 1000 event, just below the 4 Grand Slams, which most people are familiar with. Because of that, the best players in the world play this event every year. And because the best players play, you get fans from all over the world. We have fans at the event from all 50 states, from 39 countries. The international appeal of tennis is real, and it provides an incredible opportunity for the city of Charlotte to continue to make itself an internationally profiled city. In 2025, this tournament is going to expand from 1 to 2 weeks and double in size in terms of the numbers of players that are going to play. So this is an event that's going to become even more important than it is today. As I mentioned, the opportunity to add Charlotte to an unrivaled class of peer cities, Los Angeles, Miami, Rome, Madrid, Shanghai, Montreal, Toronto, Monte Carlo, and Paris. Those are the other cities that host Masters 1000 tournaments in the world. So it's, again, a unique opportunity. What does that translate to? We look at it in a couple of ways. We look first at what the peer events are in the tennis world. There are two other Masters 1000s events in the U.S. That's in Indian Wells outside Los Angeles and the Miami Open. They attract between 400 and 500,000 fans each year and have an economic impact between 390 and 565 million. We've conducted an economic impact study. We believe this event can easily attract 350,000 fans and have a direct impact from this single event of more than $275 million. Compare that to something most of this committee knows well, which are the golf tournaments played out at Quail Hollow. You have special events like the President's Cup and the PGA, and also the Wells Fargo Championship. This tournament, in terms of economic impact and fan draw, will significantly exceed those numbers, is what we believe. In addition to the primary tournament, we expect to have lower-level professional tournaments, collegiate championships, amateur tournaments on weekends, in addition to concerts, festivals, community events, a variety of other things on this campus. It truly will be a 365-day campus. We expect that to translate into 200-plus event days per year, more than 300 million of economic impact, and drawing in 650,000 attendees at these events, many, if not the majority of which, will be from out of town. As I said, beyond tennis, we want to make sure that this campus and the opportunity we're creating is a partnership well beyond the courts. We want to make, first of all, this facility built to serve the community, but also accessible to everyone. We want to do that in a few ways. One, making sure that anyone can afford to play, whether that's low rates for court access or thousands of free hours of access for the community based on need. We also anticipate hiring a director of community programming to partner with local community groups to create events like summer camps, after-school programs, and other opportunities for the community to engage, and to identify high-performing youth who would qualify to attend our high-performance tennis academy and provide them scholarships to be able to have that access. In addition to that, we want the campus to truly be a public park, a space where people can find green space and celebrate what this unique experience will be. We spent a lot of time canvassing the community, thinking about where it could fit best. We ultimately settled on the River District, and we're thrilled with that opportunity. It fit for us for a variety of reasons. One, the space that it provided us. We're going to have more than a 50-acre campus. In addition to the need for parking nearby to serve a tournament that's going to have 350,000 fans coming to it. Its close proximity to the airport is a truly unique asset and will complement what we're doing. But it also allows us to be able to access all the amenities of Uptown Charlotte and the rest of the community by being just 15 minutes away, in addition to having great access to roadways. So as Brendan said, the River District, the development that's occurring out there, our ability to be a catalyst to what is happening there and really a magnet for additional growth is truly exciting. Some of these we've shared before. I won't spend a lot of time on them, but it gives you a good sense of what the campus opportunity is. 4 stadiums sort of anchoring the corners of the campus, more than 40 courts with a blend between clay, hard, indoor, pickleball, a wide variety of racket sports. This starts to show what the campus can be beyond tennis. So examples on the right side, which is taking advantage of the wetlands, having greenways throughout the campus that connect to the 30-plus miles of trails on the rest of the River District, in addition to things like an amphitheater, where that really doesn't serve a lot of purpose for our tournament, but really can provide a great weekend and event space for the community, whether it's smaller concerts or plays and special events. A quick glimpse into the stadium. This is modeled quite a bit off our stadium in Charleston, given the successes and lessons learned there. We believe the largest stadium will seat 14,000 approximately fans for tennis, but also for concerts. It's important that this venue can serve, again, year-round, not only for tennis, but also for music. Tennis stadiums lend themselves really well to music, given the intimacy of the venue. The good news is we have a track record of doing all of this. So it's we have big ideas and big inspirations, but we've, in essence, created a blueprint of this for what we've done in Charleston. We renovated a fairly aging stadium into what is one of the premier venues in the Southeast for tennis and music. In 2022, our tournament there was awarded the Tournament of the Year internationally for WTA 500s. And we were the number 10 ranked amphitheater worldwide for our concert performances. In terms of how do we get this done, we are asking for, well, first of all, we're providing a lot into the project. In addition to taking on responsibility for a minimum of 2/3 of the project, those are new dollars that we'd be investing. We also would expect to oversee all of the day-to-day operations of the facility, to manage all aspects of the design and construction process, to absorb any cost overages and ongoing maintenance, and making a long-term commitment in keeping the tournament here, in addition to the value of the sanction that we're contributing to this project. What we're looking for from a public perspective is to contribute a third of the total project cost with a cap, in addition to accelerating the permitting and the infrastructure development that will be needed on the River District to get the infrastructure support. Finally, the last piece, which is an important one, is being able to identify land adjacent to the property for parking and the requirements that we'll need out of that. And we've identified a city or airport-owned parcel that will ideally fit that need. So that's the full scope of it. Again, the quick highlights in terms of the opportunity to add a world-class tournament, really create a regional destination for music and sports, and generating significant community impact.
So I'm going to close this out really quickly. And just remind you, while this is different source of funds, I look at this as a business recruitment opportunity, and we look not just at the tournament, but the company as a whole, who BMOC is, and the opportunities that they bring for our community. Like a business recruitment deal, though, it also has county and state participation in it. And so you have all three entities are looking at this opportunity. For the city, I'm looking at a range of 60 to 70 million from hospitality. Is where I've started. Now, again, this is all ongoing conversations with other parties to try to figure out where everybody is, as well as working with Ford and team on what the total cost is as we continue to further the discussion. In addition, separate from BMOC, we would come back to as a CIP request for River District, which has always been contemplated. So that's nothing new, two separate things with that. And then lastly, as I mentioned, both groups, City Council, State, are all looking at this. We're continuing to talk through permitting efficiencies. Ford mentioned the airport. We're having conversations with the airport about their adjacent land. And we also have launched the website. It's on the city's homepage for anybody to get questions answered or also see presentations on that. And with that, I am going to stop so that you can ask questions.
All right, I have Mr. Graham, followed by Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me take this opportunity to thank the BMOC team for coming and presenting once again this, what I believe is a tremendous opportunity for our state, our region, and our city. This is truly a once-in-a-generation opportunity to really bolster our travel and tourism industry and create jobs and economic opportunities for a number of our citizens. As indicated, the economic impact is just the tournament alone is $275 million. When you add the other events throughout the course of the year, it can well be somewhere between $350 to $400 million a year that helps waiters and busboys and bartenders, event planners, Uber drivers, food trucks, part-time ambassadors, event staff, restaurants, bars, hotels, all benefiting from the event. The event can generate almost 350,000 tourists attending the event every year, which is significant. It's also the international branding opportunity. One of the things that the Economic Development Committee is doing is meeting with our various committee members, our community members, staffing organizations that we appoint to, like the International Cabinet. And so having the opportunity to really work with our corporate community from an international perspective in terms of international business recruitment and retention is really high on my list. It puts us with peer cities like Paris and Rome, Madrid, Monte Carlo, Toronto, Miami, and Los Angeles in terms of that type of media market that we'll be dealing with on a year-to-year basis. Bigger than the President's Cup and Wells Fargo, and this would be an opportunity to host this event every year in late summer, early August, which is tremendous beneficial to all of us. A number of public benefits that I spoke with the BMOC team, and let me pause there and say that I am from Charleston, and I know the BMOC organization in terms of the work we've done in the Charleston community, talked to the mayor and other council members, and my own knowledge, this is a first-class organization in reference to create a relationship and a partnership with. One of the things that we talked about was affordable public access and community engagement around youth programming, grassroots programs, educational programs, scholarships, after-school program. The vice chairwoman of the school board has already reached out to me wanting to get involved somewhere with Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools in terms of what they're doing. We talked about the economic impact, but more importantly, the community impact. We have the opportunity to really engage in community building in the River District in terms of leveraging dollars that we've already spent there, i.e. the $6 million that we invested with Laurel Street for the affordable housing units in first phase of what they're doing in the River District. We talked about minority and women's participation in reference to construction, vendors, professional services, small business, and concessions. They certainly have an understanding of that. Access to walking trails and a park-like setting. And for those who are tennis players, know for sure that in Charlotte and Charlotte-Mecklenburg, there are no public clay courts available. All the clay courts are at the private clubs. So this will create a public opportunity for older players like me with bad knees to play on clay courts, which is a lot better than hard courts. No public indoor courts in Charlotte as well. This will give us an opportunity to have public indoor courts. Pickleball is growing in leaps and bounds. More support there. Lastly, this is a conversation that we've been having with the BMOC team for about 5 months now. The council gave us the authorization in January to dig deep, and we started doing that in terms of establishing a relationship with them and them establishing a relationship with us to kind of see if it matched. In late April, we sent a delegation to Charleston to tour the facilities, to tour their Title I schools that they're working with, as well as heard representatives from their initiative relating to mental health, and the Danny Morrison with the Charlotte Sports Commission, Tom Murray with Visit Charlotte, Keith Cockrell with the Regional Alliance, Mark Jarrell with Mecklenburg County Commission, the city manager, Ms. Dodson, and I went there, and we really got an opportunity, one, to meet the principal, Mr. Navarro, but more importantly, get a feel for the organization and the people there. We went back 2 weeks later with another group, Chairman Dunlap with Mecklenburg County Commission, Lisa Myers, who serves on the County Commission ED Committee, the Vice Chairman, Eric Dreggs, James Mitchell with the City of Charlotte, the Mayor Pro Tem. And again, we went there and saw the stadium being activated during the Charleston tournament. It was extremely impressive. I've been to that tournament a number of years, but even the size of the tournament that we saw there would be 4 times larger in Charlotte than it's in Charleston. So it was really, really impressive. They also made themselves available to state and local leaders. They had a visit with the governor. They had a visit with the Speaker Pro Tem of the Senate, as well as representatives of the President's office in the House. And so they've done their due diligence in terms of touching base with the state. We're cautiously optimistic that will be successful. They've done the same thing with members of the Mecklenburg County Commission in terms of meeting with the commission and the county manager, the chairman of the board there. And then lastly, a week ago, we had a joint meeting where they introduced the concept to the public by way of a joint meeting between the city and the county economic development committee. And so by working with this group for the last 5 months, digging deep, understanding the sport, this is an opportunity for us that I don't think we can say no to. Obviously, the devil's in the details. The devil's in the relationship between the three-legged stool, as I call it, city, state, and county. Everyone is extremely interested. I think this would be as I said, an ace for our community if we have the opportunity to step forward and step front with this. I believe, this is Malcolm speaking, is ours to say no to. But obviously, I think we should say yes, very loud and very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly agree with some of the comments that my colleague, Councilmember Graham, shared with us. This is a catalyst for not just for the River District, but for our region. It's a great opportunity. But question that I think we all have been asked is, what does this mean for the Eastland Yards? And I know I have had this conversation with Ms. Dodson, and I know Ms. Dodson has assured me that this does not mean any sort of resources that will be taken away from the Eastland Yards project, not just in terms of financial, but also staff resources. And I know many residents from the east side has reached out to us and has sent us an email, has called us, and I'm sure Councilmember Molina is probably getting the most pressure, who represents that district. But I think we do need to have some sort of written assurance we need to provide that this project does not mean we will stop our commitment to the Eastland Yards. We need to provide some assurance in writing saying that we are committed with the dollar amount, that this is what it is. We are going to set that aside for the East Side project. But certainly when it comes to this, I don't want to take anything away from this project. I think it's a great opportunity. I think when there was a presentation made, especially about the open house, you had me there. Open house, just the tree save. So, I mean, I don't want to add anything else to that, but certainly what you are doing at the River District is certainly transformational, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have questions for the petitioners. So if you step back.
Oh, I didn't get a response from Ms. Dodson.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question?
About Eastland
Eastland
Yards and assurance, written assurance.
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked the question, Councilman Ajmera. In no way whatsoever does reviewing this proposal take away anything from Eastland. I was really clear with Ford from day one that we have other projects in the pipeline or other projects that are underway, and we have 2 different staff teams that are working on 2 different projects. So we are still working day in and day out on Eastland, as well as looking at this project at the same time. For a written in writing amount to the Eastland project, I'll say right now, as we evaluate these proposals, they're different dollar amounts, of which, again, we have the affordability for. We're just trying to make sure that the proposal that we move forward with at Eastland is the long-term viable project that will lead to the success for the east side. And so we're being very diligent about that in the process. But again, two separate staff teams, as well as not competing money.
I know we have had this conversation, Ms. Dodson, and I think you have assured me, but I think we need to have some sort of assurance to our community. I would like to see some sort of resolution done where it shows our commitment to the Eastland Yards project. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. I have a couple of questions. You mentioned a number of ways that in South Carolina you support the community. One of those being through charter schools. It would be helpful for me I'm not familiar with your organization, and although I follow some tennis, I'm not going to say I follow all of it, to know the difference of whether or not this was in South Carolina or in the Charlotte area. But as far as the charter schools, you also noted that scholarships are available. That is helpful, but for me, the breakdown of who has the ownership of the charter schools, as well as not only the graduation rates, the expulsion rates, since they are Title I schools, because unfortunately across the nation, we see that a number of Title I schools and charter schools have a very high expulsion rates, specifically for Black and Latino children. So those numbers would be helpful if that is going to be part of the presentation. As far as, and this is a question that you can answer, the 8 locations that you noted below, are any of those locations either built in or immediate proximity to residential? Because that's what we're getting ready to do. Yes, it's 1,400 acres, but this is going to be a multi-residential and business location. Are any of these that you noted below, are any of them built within immediate proximity to residential, whether it's multifamily or single family?
For the other tournaments, yes. The one in Paris is right in the middle of the city, the same for Rome. If you go to Indian Wells, there's a massive community built around that complex as well. So the vast majority are, very few are outside.
And staff might be able to help with this, to go back on the slides to show the slide at the beginning that showed the location of where this would be. Because we can keep going back to, yes, the map. Where on this map are you looking at, or you've identified potentially for the 55 acres?
Yeah, sure. It's probably easiest to point. So this sort of northern quadrant where Dixie River Road intersects with 485, so it's a 53-acre parcel just in that upper quadrant that is the identified site.
So that corner would be about how many feet before you start getting into residential? And basically, think about the question I'm asking. If you're trying the egress and regress, so we have PNC. We also have a lot of residential around PNC. There's a lot of challenges when there is an event. So I'm trying to get an idea of, for where this is located at the tip of the development, how far would it be, and what access would this event venue space have separate from the residential and the commercial that's going on in the other part of the development?
So I'll answer. There's 2 parts to this. First of all, the area that's being contemplated, this is all considered the commercial part of the River District. It's always been considered that. And then if you look at the green space to the west of where the commercial area is, it's about 100 acres. So there's going to be a pretty far divide of where houses are versus where this facility is.
So right now, we're looking at about 100 acres between where
Roughly
the
right now, there
development
is.
will, for this project, because again, that is commercial space. but this will be an entity in its own when I'm thinking about traffic and egress. And you noted in here, hospitality regarding getting access to parking for land. I believe on the presentation that I sat in on over the phone, this was about 100 acres of airport land that you've identified. Do we have anyone here from the airport that's representing? Because it would be helpful, Mr. Manager, outside of from economic development, to hear from the airport what the plans may be. Did we have any plans for this potential 100 acres? And what does that look like if we were to move forward with allocating this to a business?
I'm prepared to represent the airport tonight.
You don't have the authority to do that. So that would be the
make sure we do
information
that.
that I would need
Yes. Yes.
regarding
Mayfield, we can
how
add-
we move forward with that. Right now, our Director of Economic Development, Ms. Dawson, noted she's thinking about 60 to 70 million of hospitality and tourism funds. What is the current balance that we have in the funds today?
I don't have the exact current balance with me. What I have done is I have worked with finance to talk through the timing and funding of various projects to make sure that we have appropriate affordability, and they have assured me that we have. But I don't have how much is in a fund on me at this time.
So what is the timing and window of this particular proposal?
So the way that I programmed this particular one out, which was over a series of years, which could be 24, 25, 26, 25, 26, 27, just depending on the years of construction and
So-
reimbursement.
It was mentioned in the web call that I attended that there was a goal to try to have an event here by 26. So if we know that there's a goal by 2026, it will be helpful to know exactly what is this dollar amount that we have available in comparison to what this potential ask may be in what window. So, and I see we do have representation from our airport here that just walked in. Perfect timing. So it would be helpful to know exactly what that dollar amount where are we financially? Because we know that we have a number of financial asks that are out there, including the important ask for Eastland, but we also have other financial commitments that we already have on the books. And if we're talking about potentially having this up and running by 26, it would be helpful to know exactly how much are we going to be potentially investing on the front end, just from the city side, since I know there's also a request financially from the county as well as the state. For our airport, I did have a question regarding that potential 100 acres that is being discussed. Did we not have any plans for, I will rephrase that. As the airport continues to grow, do we see any potential challenges with creating a contract with 100 acres of airport land when we have needs for industrial and commercial space?
Councilmember Mayfield, in this particular case, this is land that was purchased under our noise program. It does not have an aeronautical purpose identified in our master plan, so we have some flexibility on how that land would be used.
That is very helpful. Thank you very much. Again, for the traffic, and this will be the last one for the petitioners, when we look at the egress and regress, do we have an idea what that potentially can look like? Mainly, again, thinking about we have a facility currently that is very close in proximity to residential, where it is literally a one-way street and you will be stuck in traffic an hour to 3 hours if there's an event. Has that been taken into consideration when you're speaking with CDOT and looking at how you're going to invest in road infrastructure out here?
I would say, first of all, the River District is zoned for 8 million square feet of commercial space, and majority of it is in this area. So we have taken into account traffic. And the other reason why the location is ideal is because it's easy access in and off of 485, and you're not bringing. We initially looked at potentially putting this complex closer to the river and didn't do it for that exact reason. We didn't want to disturb all the residential that's going to be closer to the water.
And the final question I have, which you partially answered it when I asked as far as the current facilities being located near residential. The caveat was in that I noted for myself is that residential mixed income where it includes workforce and community. We have a number of events, as you noted, especially in our golfing community. A number of our golfing facilities are private facilities. We have a beautiful facility right off of West Boulevard. The residents don't have access to that. That was covenants and things years ago. We have a beautiful facility where we have a major event. The individuals that live in immediate proximity to that are in a very different socioeconomic demographic than the ideal of what a new diverse community can look like, which is the River District, which is what I worked hard for, not only in multifamily, but in single family, and making sure that we have access to workforce housing. So when I ask if you have facilities that are located in residential, are those facilities located near diverse price point residential? Because this could be a very different model, and I want to get an idea of what the impact of that can be, so that we're not setting ourselves up or future council members up with yet another exclusive area that's not accessible by the workers. So do you have any idea of what that potentially could look like?
So I said that this project would be a catalyst. I would say it primarily will be a catalyst for the commercial development of the River District. Our plan, regardless if tennis is here or not, is to keep the original vision of the River District, which is a diverse community, a diverse set of housing across from workforce and beyond. That's not going to change regardless if the city is involved or if tennis comes to this or not. It's very important to us. We have 1,400 acres all with one developer, Crescent Communities, and that's something that we take very seriously. And we've always said from the start that we wanted a diverse community of price points, of backgrounds. That's what's going to make this a special place, and we don't intend to change that regardless. But what we do think, and I'll let you speak to the accessibility of the facility, we think it's going to be something that's really cool for all the neighbors, I'll tell you that. So you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mentioned a little bit in my formal comments, but we failed if this is not accessible to everyone, and we intend to do that in a very formal way, and so I mentioned some of those. One, we run a facility in Charleston that is part of the public park system, and so that is sort of the blueprint for how we would think about doing things here. So that means a couple of things. One, very affordable access for anyone in the community, but in addition to that, we would expect to provide free access on a need-based evaluation. And so we want to have someone who's a director of community programming to really make sure we're focused on how do we bring people into this area. Listen, we have to recognize it's going to take many years for this community to sort of fill out. So how do we bring people from around the community in to take advantage of that? And then we're happy to talk more and more about the scholarships within our tennis academy, partnerships with the school district and other community resources.
It would be helpful if you can follow up with a little more detail on the free as need-based. We have a number of partners in the community that we have supported, and it is free X number of days. Mm-hmm. And then through the partnership, we figure out that free on a need-based, the language is a little concerning, so I would like to flesh that out. And also having language in place that creates opportunities and clear commitments to minority participation, not only in construction, but also in the day-to-day running of the facility, and opportunities would be something that would be interesting to me when we talk about creating partnerships within our local community. Thank you.
Great.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a couple of questions. The first one kind of piggybacking off of what Councilmember Ejmiera was talking about, as you all, I'm sure, have been briefed, as Ms. Dotson mentioned, we've got a number of other projects going on around the city. And so what's important to me is that we maintain a level of consistency there in our approach. So in the spirit of that, I've got a few questions. The first one is really a process question for Ms. Dotson, and it's around the economic impact analysis. I'd just like to see that economic impact analysis so we can get a feel for what the assumptions are associated with it. So that will be important to me. The second thing I'd like to understand is, as we talk about the $60 to $70 million, can you help me understand how we arrived there relative to the county?
So in this case, I always start with the economic impact, right? The larger kind of picture of what we're contemplating. But then you look at our dollars and what our dollars can be used for. And so as we started to break down some of the cost of this, I'm looking at the facilities that will house the amateur sports, right? The regional type tournaments, as well as the tournament itself. That's where my primary focus is. One of the things that Ford and I have been trying to figure out too is if we're going to put that kind of money into the project, we own something. What is it that we own? How does that want to work as it relates to a 54-acre site? So we're breaking all of that down now, but those are the two primary areas where I look at, it's because it's the hospitality dollars, it's about heads and beds, right? It's about that visitor aspect that's going to bring people here and keep generating those types of funds, since that's what we can use them for. But again, there's, as Ford showed in the site plan, there's 4 stadiums. We're looking at the 4 stadiums. If you take the lens, and I don't want to speak for the county, but if you take the lens of the county, they're going to be more focused on what is the community use, what is the open space and the park use. When we originally contemplated River District, there was a lot of commitment to open space. How does that fit in with some of those previous commitments that weren't really formalized, right? When we just were starting with the entitlements, we didn't know where the parks were going to go. And so we're kind of piecing the lens that everybody has together to see if we can get to the full picture.
Got it. You mentioned something that is of particular interest to me. As we think about some of the other projects, I know that the conversation has been for this kind of money, we expect some level of ownership within the structure, and you just alluded to that. So I'd love to understand what that looks like, because that's something that's extremely important to me as we consider this.
Yeah, we can't, we'll have to have something to issue the debt on. So we have to own something. Where we'll have to get into it is making sure that we set it up in a way that's mutually advantageous for both parties.
Okay. The next thing I wanted to talk about is, as it relates to some of the comments that Councilmember Mayfield made from an MBE standpoint, again, from a consistency standpoint, in the past, we have required some level of MBE participation, not only for design build, but through the full process. So I'd like to understand what those current targets are, because if I'm clear, our current targets at the city level are 20%, and I'm wanting to understand what is this project proposing.
Well, and we have not gotten to that point yet, but we will absolutely be, like we do with all of our public investment projects, we will work closely with CBI in determining what that appropriate percentage is, and then also work with BMOC as well as their general contractor on what we think we can really achieve, if it's higher or whatever it may be, but really work closely with them on that. And then we would do the same thing with Crescent on any infrastructure as well.
Okay, so that's one thing I'd like to see before it comes for decision, what we think is realistic in terms of that, as well as just from a broader process standpoint on these ED projects. I'd like to see what we actually achieved on the back end for these community commitments. So just as an aside, that's a piece that I would like to see moving forward for the ones that we just came through. The next thing I wanted to talk about and ask about is also specific to the community piece, as we think about how important this is going to be, but still a part of a broader master plan. I know that the last time we spoke, I brought up questions around workforce development and affordable housing, considering that the jobs that are generally supporting this work aren't typically jobs that are getting paid as much as the folks that may be on BMOT's radar. So I just want to understand, how do you envision that working? Because what's important to us is that when we invest dollars, that not only for the ownership the folks who have ownership stake, but also for the folks who are supporting it every day as employees. We want to make sure that they have a livable wage and that they're able to live somewhere within commuting distance to this amenity. So as it relates to a complete community, can you talk about how you all intend to ensure that that's going to occur?
So let me throw out a couple of comments to what you just said, and then I'll let Brendan and Ford chime in as well. I think you heard Brendan say before that, they're looking at this as an all-inclusive community, and it's always been contemplated with the diversity of price points around the residential. So that's part of the discussion since day one. Around workforce and training, I just wanted to say quickly that from my lens, even separate from this project, we're starting to get to a point where we are a sports city. And you've heard Tom Murray say it before, 1 in 9 employees is in the hospitality industry. And so I've been talking to Tom and to others about how do we solidify a really strong workforce development program around the hospitality industry with our partners that are here, Central Piedmont, JCSU, Johnson & Wells, and really build out something that connects to all of these opportunities as well, instead of pulling students from other parts of the country in for a golf tournament or another tournament. Let's build it here. So we create those opportunities. There's just a side note. I don't know if you guys want to add anything from a...
The only thing I'd add is, listen, there'll be a diverse group of employees, as you suggested, in terms of the scope of responsibilities, from people who are running the stadium down to our coaches. It's not dissimilar in Charleston, where we run a facility like this today. I would tell you we compensate our people well. We don't lose people based on compensation. And so translating that to living wage, I'm happy to have a follow-up conversation around that, but I think that's not a concern of mine. I know it's a concern of yours, but just in terms of what the opportunity will be.
For sure, because I have to believe that the vendors that you all are renting out space to are not your employees, and so I'm wondering how you approach those contracts and what that ends up looking like for people who are employees, not of your organization, but of the vendors that you do business with. So I definitely want to follow up on that conversation. And then just the last thing I'll say, it's really more for Tracy and for the group more broadly, as we think about tourism and we think about how we continue to become a Thursday to Monday city, if you will. We do have a strong cohort of workers that are in the tourism industry. And so I'm really interested in how we can better support that group. I know obviously we live in North Carolina, it's a right to work state, but to the extent that we can engage that group as a whole, I think that would be valuable.
Yeah, we're going to have one more question from Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. It's actually not a question. I just wanted to echo, without necessarily repeating what Mr. Graham said. I think this is a really unique opportunity, and I'm very eager to see if we can make it work. I'm not committed yet because we haven't seen a lot of the detail around it, and I think we all have questions. But in my mind, there is a potential here for a very substantial return on investment to us in terms of the jobs, the cash proceeds, and the benefits to the city. So I do want to explore that. Worth mentioning again to the public that when we talk about public money, this is not your property tax or your sales tax, not limited to that. I would expect to see a substantial portion payable from hospitality taxes that people pay when they stay in hotels and go to restaurants, and not out of your pocket as a taxpayer. So don't be confused by the concept of public money. And Mr. Perry, we appreciate BMOC's interest in investing in Charlotte. Please convey also to Ben that we would welcome him as a member of our family here in Charlotte. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Trace, just a couple of questions from the staff perspective, and then Mr. Perry, a couple of questions from you. I want to follow up with Councilmember Watlington when we was talking about the economic analysis. And it seemed like we're comfortable between the $60 and $70 million from the city. So is that a fact, or are we still saying that's the range? We won't go below 60, we won't go higher than 70 million?
That's the range that I'm looking at right now. Again, it's based on our partners. It's also based on kind of further sharpening our pencils with the BMOC team,
Okay.
making sure that we can move the dollars to where they need to be based on how we're allowed to be able to use the dollars as well.
Okay. And we have here a potential council vote May and June. Talk to me about how do you see a potential council vote in June?
So we wanted to start here tonight to get your questions, get your comments, and then in talking to the manager, you've only got one meeting, 2 business meetings in June. Then you have limited meetings in July. I'm looking at the manager because I don't have the schedule memorized. Limited
one
meetings in July.
One business meeting in July?
I think it's one, yes.
So I think where we are is we'll take this one step at a time.
Okay.
But I think what you've also heard Ford say is, they're running 2 parallel paths right now at a minimum. Stay in Cincinnati, what that looks like, relocate, with Charlotte being one of those opportunities. And so if they don't get some kind of indication coming soon, that there's that support, they need to shift and focus on Cincinnati. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but.
Thank you, Tracy. Mr. Perry, just a couple of questions. One, and Tracy touched on it. Your schedule in Cincinnati runs through 2026 or 2024, having the Western tournament there?
We actually don't have an end date. There's no, we own the sanction. There are a variety of different termination dates, but there's no hard date for us. The 2026 target is a derivative of the fact that this tournament expands in size in 2025. Moving it somewhere and achieving that date is essentially impossible. But we don't want to go well beyond that date in terms of the expanded facilities that we need. So if we stay in Cincinnati, we need to start tomorrow to start building those facilities for 2025. If we're going to move, we need to start building that facility tomorrow.
Okay. Are there any other cities besides Charlotte you're looking at?
We have talked to other cities, yes.
Okay, okay. Last but not least, the 100 acres you need from the airport, what would be the reason you need additional 100 acres from the airport? What's the purpose?
It's for parking.
What, strictly for parking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me speak to that. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Can I add one thing on the parking? In the conversations that I've been having with Haley and the team is when we have large events, not just tennis, but it happens with the PGA tournament and the President's Cup. It can also happen with staging of large events like an RNC or a DNC. We struggle, depending on what time of the year those events are held, in finding adequate parking places. So the opportunity I'm looking at is not just parking to serve the tennis opportunity, but also think more holistically about other needs that we have across other sporting events or large tourism events as well.
All right, Ms. Molina, and then the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't want to repeat any points. I guess I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to mention the elephant in the room. District 5 here means East Charlotte. And East Charlotte, for all intents and purposes, for the people who live on that side of town, the sentiment that I constantly capture is that they feel left behind. And if you've lived in Charlotte long enough, you know that that's true. It's very true. And that's not to say that I'm a member of the Economic Development Committee. I'm a Master of Science in Business. So the business case for this makes absolutely perfect sense as far as a driver for our amazing city. And so that point is not lost on me. I think what you find yourself caught in when you see some of the series of questioning is trying to capture a definite answer around what we're going to do for the East Charlotte residents. And it leaves me in a really precarious situation where, on the one hand, my responsibility is to, one, be a member of economic development, look at this from a lens of what brings the greatest return on our investment, but then also my primary responsibility is to make sure that East Charlotte residents are taken care of. And so my feeling is we're going to have to get really specific around some of these answers that are being asked by the, by the constituency, so that we can move forward safely to this wonderful opportunity. Again, I want to be careful in saying that I don't want to put you, BMOC, in the crossfire of something that's kind of simmering at home here, because you're outside of the scope of what this means. I understand that this is something that could not fit at East Charlotte. It's unfortunate. I wish you would have come a few years ago.
We tried.
I mean, yeah. I wish you would have come a few years ago, because I'm telling you, I probably would have been one of the residents, sitting there yeah, that's awesome, But unfortunately, this is where we are. And so I do believe we can walk and chew gum at the same time. But I want to make sure that I do my due diligence in making sure that we, again, answer those questions, because we have to, right? Forever, how long I sit in this job, I would like to leave it knowing that East Charlotte feels restored in hope, that East Charlotte feels like a part of what is happening in the growth of our city. I remember before I got elected, because trust me, election was never on my mind at all. I helped other people get elected. I volunteered in numerous opportunities as a community member. But I remember feeling as a resident left out. And so I don't even empathize with the community that I serve. I sympathize because I know how it feels. And so again, my primary job is to make sure that we get questions answered. So I don't know if we do that in this meeting, because I'm a big believer in etiquette, right? So maybe it's something we do offline, but I feel like we gotta move in that path, in that direction.
And I'm happy to take it offline. The one thing I will say is, if you go back a year, we did have Eastland solved, right? And it changed. It doesn't change the fact that we are under construction. Our commitment is still there. We are more than $50 million committed to the site. And so I feel like somewhere that's gotten lost along the way. I definitely understand the sentiment of the community. They feel like they've waited a long time, and they have. But our commitment is we got to get it right. And so I'm happy to have any conversations offline. Like I said, two separate teams. Both are working hard on independently on looking at this opportunity, as well as finding the right solve for Eastland.
Okay, and I appreciate that answer, because again, as a member of economic development, I've heard it, right? But again, it's harder to translate that specifically to the people that I serve. So for the representative of BMOC, I want to make sure that I express to you that we are grateful that you're considering our city. We got a great city overall. We got areas of opportunity like anybody else. But we got two planes to land, and we can land them both, but we have to be transparent and open about what's happening in both lanes, is what I want to translate to you as a representative of East Charlotte.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Something Ms. Wallington and what Ms. Dodson said leads me to make a suggestion. Ms. Dodson is right that we are becoming a sports city, really an entertainment city. And as somebody who has earned their living for the past 20 years working in show business and the entertainment business in Charlotte, sometimes we forget people that work close to that. Not everybody really understands our industry. So it's really to answer Ms. Watlington's question, the way workers, benefit from this and how you kind of can measure it is by the ability to get more gigs, right? And this is why I was against the Spectrum Center investment last year, because it wasn't clear. Nobody presented how that investment was going to bring more gigs to Charlotte, right? In 2004, I started holding cables for the Charlotte Sting in the Coliseum off Tyvola. And this was a kid, living from New York City, right? And I found more opportunities here in show business, an easier pathway to show business here in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the way it was growing and the gigs were growing and the ability to build those networks and start to work right now, honestly, based on being a right-to-work state, would not have had the same opportunities in, let's say, a Madison Square Garden. So when you have something like this is very different than, for instance, the Spectrum Center deal. This is definitely bringing more gigs to a workforce that doesn't have to travel outside. I mean, these are thousands of jobs, right? So my suggestion would be that we put in committee some type of dive into the entertainment business, show business, sports and entertainment business, because I don't think that this is something that we as a council as a whole really understand. I don't think that this is really something that as a city that we understand of how to explain to one another how this makes sense. So when we look at the way we invest our economic incentive policies, we have rationale behind there. And I think we're lacking that right now. Because if we did, I would imagine that the lens that I put our eyes through, this would make absolute sense. We would be able to explain, I think Ms. Mayfield could attest to this, how many different jobs and many different households will be supported in different ways, because this is creating brand new opportunities really across the economic spectrum, from very low to very high, and you rarely get the opportunity to provide that, right? So I think I would again suggest that we put that in economic development. You know, obviously we probably have to get this done before we complete that, but I think it would be well worth our while because of the types of events that we're bringing in here. I think even if we invest in this, the types of events, we should understand what we're getting ourselves into, because I don't think anybody in this room really understands what we're getting ourselves into with an event like this. The only other question I'll ask on behalf of Ms. Mayfield, the parking, where is the revenue stream going? Is that going to come back to us? Is that going to go back to BMOC? Is that going to go to the airport? That's a 10,000.
You haven't gotten that far in the deal yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, I have Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, BMOC, for the presentation and your consideration of the Queen City for this event and for this space. I too am an avid sports fan, and I think this would be a crown in a jewel in our crown if we can add tennis at this level to our sports portfolio, both professionally and from an amateur standpoint. So very exciting to see this. Of course, we need to double click on the numbers and understand the sourcing funds, but from a hospitality tax perspective, it seems to make a lot of sense, but we can get clarity as we move forward. I do also agree with some of the comments that have been said about workforce planning, and Ms. Dotson, you made a great comment about the talent that we have here in our universities, from Johnson & Wales, JCSU, over to UNCC. We are also growing as a culinary destination, and so being able to couple our great culinary students coming out of Johnson & Wales with this hospitality opportunity that, from what you're putting forward, BMOC has 200+ event days out of 365 days a year. There is a very high-performing space that will, of course, bring additional tax dollars and revenue to the area. So I'm excited about learning more about this opportunity, but from a macro perspective, I do believe that it would fit very well within the city of Charlotte and would gain support not only from the state, the region, but pulling international presence as well. Thank you.
Downstairs, we have got quite a crowd downstairs, and I think if we can get down there pretty orderly and be able to move forward, we might be in better shape. We've got to respect those folks that have been waiting many, many minutes for us. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will keep my remarks very brief. I just want to recognize Fran West here, who used to be with the city. now that we have city staff on the other side, certainly Crescent, you got one of our best. Well, just one question I have. I think BMOC representative had mentioned that you are talking with other cities. What is our chance of getting this?
Okay. I don't know that
Move to close.
the board's going to answer that question. Let's go downstairs, guys. We've got a public forum starting up. Yes, it's almost evening now. Good evening to all of you that are joining us for the Charlotte City Council business meeting. And we appreciate that you have been patient, and especially for those ones with the little people up there with them. I understand how difficult that can be to keep them happy while you're waiting on a number of people, but we really appreciate it. We have had a very long and productive agenda, and we're going to try to continue that. And so I'm going to call our business meeting to order, and we'll begin introductions with our clerk.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Kim Palashmira, at large.
Good evening, I am Marjorie Molina, District 5.
Good evening, James Mitchell, City Council at Large.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, proudly serving District 4.
Good evening, LaWanna Mayfield, Council Member at Large.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Good evening, Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Tarek Bakari from the most powerful district, District 6.
Good evening and welcome to District 1, the home of government in the city of Charlotte. I'm Dante Anderson, your District 1 representative.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
All right, we begin our meeting with some assistance to help us solemnize our decision-making. This is all about how we can work with each other and be civil and provide exceptional results for the residents of this community. And so we celebrate this with the choice of the council member, so who will present tonight, and that is Council Member Johnson. And then we will be followed with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, if we can bow our heads.
She's doing a Bakari over there.
Right. Dear Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to serve you. We thank you for the opportunity to lift our voices and represent those in the city. We ask that you watch over this meeting and remind us that we are here to serve you and not ourselves. And we ask all these things. Thank you. And Lord, please ask the mayor to remind me next time that I have to do the prayer. Thank you.
Thank
Amen.
you. All right, well, if you would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Christmas to be your staff liaison. I do. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Tonight we have several recognitions that we'd like to make, and so I'm going to start with Mr. Bakari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the time of year where we do one of my favorite proclamations, and I will read it and then invite down three amazing Charlotteans to take this from us in recognition. Are you ready?
Wow.
Do it, man. Do it.
Whereas,
Oh, my.
on May 19th, 1775, Charlottetown's founder, Colonel Thomas Polk, called for a convention of the Mecklenburg County militia leaders to be held in Charlotte. Those 26 men, upon hearing of the battles of Lexington and Concord, unanimously adopted resolutions to declare themselves a free and independent people in a document that came to be known as the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence, or MECDEC. And on May 20th, 1775, Colonel Polk read the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence to the assembled citizens at the county courthouse. Whereas, on May 31st, 1775, members of the Mecklenburg Committee of Safety adopted 20 additional resolutions, which came to be known as the Mecklenburg Resolves. And whereas a local tavern owner named Captain James Jack was called upon to deliver the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence and Mecklenburg Resolves to the North Carolina's delegates at the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. And whereas Captain Jack delivered the mech deck telling the delegates, "Gentlemen, you may debate here about reconciliation and memorialize your king, but bear in mind Mecklenburg owes no allegiance to and is separated from the crown of Great Britain forever." And whereas the state of North Carolina has chosen to recognize the significance of the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence by placing the date of its signing, May 20th, 1775, upon our state flag and Great Seal. And whereas this May 20th, 2023 is the 248th anniversary of the Mecklenburg Declaration, now, therefore, she, Vi Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, and he, George Dunlap, Chair of the Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 20th through 24th, 2023 as Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence Week. And for the recognition and taking of this amazing proclamation, we have former city councilman from District 7, Warren Cooksey, and two renowned authors on the MEC deck here locally. Scott Seifert, the first American Declaration of Independence is what he authored, and new author David Fleming, whose books are now out there, and they're amazing. It's titled, "Who's Your Founding Father?" Ladies and gentlemen, the proclamation.
Wow.
Come on down, gentlemen.
You have to walk around that way.
I'll walk around.
We still do the handshake thing, or we just get it from Charlie?
Get it from Tony.
Oh, looks good. Lost that way, everybody. Oh, yeah, he served with
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. All right, and our second recognition is Internal Audit Awareness Month. Ms. Watlington.
Thank you,
With
Madam
as
Mayor.
much enthusiasm.
Better do this
I
right.
mean, it's a hard act to follow, so I'm not even going to try. That was quite entertaining, sir. Whereas the City of Charlotte is committed to providing its citizens with the highest quality of services, and whereas internal auditors support good organizational governance and oversight, which reinforces trust and builds credibility. Ed is killing me with these chips, and builds credibility among the institution's stakeholders, including the public, and whereas internal auditors play a vital role in helping organizations respond to emerging challenges and opportunities such as the COVID-19 pandemic, infrastructure projects, environmental, social, and governance initiatives, and cybersecurity risks, and whereas the Institute of Internal Auditors has designated the month of May as Internal Audit Awareness Month to promote greater awareness of the value and importance of the internal audit profession. Now, I, Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, does hereby proclaim May 2023 as Internal Audit Awareness Month in Charlotte and commend its observance to all citizens.
There's Ms. Adams. Coming down to join us is the city auditor who does a lot of internal audits, Ms. Tina Adams. Thank you.
Go, Miss Adams.
That was just the CPA talking. So our next recognition is going to be done by Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm honored to read this joint proclamation on such an important issue. Whereas there is a proven connection between good mental health and overall personal health, and whereas people with mental health condition recover if given the necessary services and support in their communities. Greater public awareness about mental health can change negative attitudes and behavior toward people with mental health conditions. And whereas stigma, shame, and fear of discrimination keep many who would benefit from mental health services from seeking help, mental health doesn't discriminate no matter the background, education, age, race, gender, or finances. And whereas good mental health is critical to the well-being of our families, communities, schools, and business. Now, therefore, we, by Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, and George Dunlap, Chair of the Mecklenburg County Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Charlotte and Mecklenburg County and commend its observances to all citizens. Thank you.
Usually, Ms. Fonda Bryant would come down and accept this proclamation. I just want to note that she did an excellent job yesterday, I believe, on WSOC TV, talking about this issue and how important it is, especially after this pandemic. So while we regret that she's not here today, we understand the hard work that she continues to do in this area. So that completes our recognition section, and now we'll go to our public forum. And we have speakers signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak and address the council. Now, as a result of this, the city manager's team will help outline public forum. Thank you. We're getting organized here. So, and as a result of your comments, the city manager's team will give you a response, not tonight, but later on, so that we can adequately address the concern that you have. And I'd like to first call upon Jacqueline Williams. Ms. Williams, if you're here. Well, thank you, Ms. Keough, for telling us. I really appreciate it. Is Tim Emery available? Oh, there you are. Thank you, Mr. Emery.
Good evening. Have you heard the one about the city government that continues to give hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars, a couple of dozen million more each year, to a government agency that resists any efforts of transparency or accountability, all while being inefficient, not keeping us safe, and harming the most marginalized in the community? Unfortunately, so have I. Since the council, manager, and mayor seem unwilling to rein in the bloated CMPD budget, I come to offer 3 simple things that can be done to make Charlotte a safer, better, and more equitable city. Number 1, demand accountability for the racial disparities in policing by CMPD. According to NC Cop Watch, despite Charlotte having a black population of under 35%, over 55% of motorists pulled over by CMPD last year were black. According to policescorecard.org, black people are over 6 times more likely than white people to be arrested for low-level nonviolent offenses by CMPD.
That's right.
This is racist policing in action. Hold hearings, bring in experts, ask tough questions, and most importantly, demand that these disparities disappear. Demand that CMPD disband the racist crime reduction unit, a spitting image of the Scorpion unit that in Memphis that murdered Tyree Nichols and was subsequently disbanded. Number 2, CMPD has no policy on its officers having membership in, wearing tattoos, or social media posting of white supremacist organizations. There are explicit white supremacists in CMPD. Despite the FBI issuing warnings as far back as 2006 of white supremacist involvement in local policing, CMPD has no policy, nor do they make any effort to monitor their officers, be it 3%er tattoos or decals on cars, membership in Oath Keepers or Proud Boys, or posting white supremacist propaganda on social media and message boards. The city needs to do its part to eradicate explicit white supremacists in CMPD. They haven't even told us how many of their officers went to D.C. for the January 6th coup attempt. Demand they create a policy to begin identifying and terminating offending officers. Number 3, CMPD pays out significant settlements each and every year when they brutalize, violate the rights of, and sometimes even kill citizens of our community. However, they come back to the city to write the checks, and nothing ever changes with the patterns of brutality and policies of the department. Going forward, make them pay for their settlements out of their own bloated budget, or in the alternative, deduct it from their budget in the next fiscal year. Thank you for hearing me.
Yes. Yes, Tim, yes.
Henry Roselle. Henry Roselle. Daniel Redford. David Lynn.
Madam Mayor, some of those that you just called, they were here, they had to leave, they were with the police department to thank the council for all the hard work that we've done in the budget cycle. They couldn't stay any longer, but just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. All right, Mr. Lim?
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council, City Manager Jones, and all who are present. My name is David Lynn, and I'm proud to speak this evening on behalf of the Charlotte International Cabinet. 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to graduate from UNC Charlotte alongside Council Member Dr. Victoria Watlington, congratulations, and over 1,000 fellow graduate students, of whom over 20% were international, having selected our country, our state, our city to advance their education. The City of Charlotte benefits from the efforts of public and private K-12 schools, colleges, and universities that attract global talent. Aligning with our charges, the Charlotte International Cabinet utilized its April meeting to host a community dialogue themed Attracting Global Talent to Charlotte Through Education. The results were 5 recommendations for the City of Charlotte that were unanimously approved by Cabinet last week. These include the creation of a central hub of information linking international students of all backgrounds with essential community resources, including government services and insight on ways to engage. 2, communicating these resources through multilingual publicity on CATs, at the airport, public libraries, and other strategic locations. 3rd, celebrating the integral contributions of international students by highlighting their research, intellectual pursuits, and community contributions, including the success stories of those who have graduated, remained in our community, and have helped to further advance Charlotte's thriving workforce. In the audience, 2 rows behind me, is Emmanuel Omari. 2 years ago, Omari arrived in Charlotte from Accra, Ghana, as a rising high school senior. Last year, he earned a presidential scholarship to Queen's University of Charlotte, where earlier this month he was recognized as Rising Royal of the Year. With many talented international students in Charlotte like Omari, we also recommend fostering opportunities for cross-collegiate and cross-school partnerships linking international students with globally minded peers and community allies. Finally, we recommend ensuring that the city's budget further addresses funding that targets support for the integration and success of these students. Thank you for your time, consideration, and action in pursuing these recommendations. Please reach out to the Charlotte International Cabinet to let us know how we can be of support. We will continue our partnership in promoting the city's international business strategy, championing sustainable development goals, and fueling the success of our city's language access policy. Let us ensure that our Queen City continues to build on its global reputation as a thriving community striving to welcome the brightest minds.
Thank you very much. I just want to say to Council that speaker number 6 will be speaking as a part of item 13, I believe. Okay? Okay. So we will now go to Jennifer Vollmer.
We've decided I need to come regularly, so y'all get used to seeing me. I'm Jennifer Vollmer. I'm with the Black People's Community Justice Center. And I'm here to talk about the noise ordinances that we have in place. I have some questions. I've been trying to figure this out, and the reason is I was arrested at Myers Park United Methodist Church for disrupting their service to talk to them about their participation in court support. And I went out Sunday again with my megaphone because I was arrested and banned from the property. To the applause of 200 white Christians, eruption of applause. And the police told me there's an ordinance specifically protecting places of worship. And I'm trying my best to figure out like why that would be. I mean, I understand if there's an empty lot next to the church and somebody wants to play the band, that could be a problem. Myers Park United Methodist owns both sides of the road. So you can't be on the sidewalk, you can't be in the median, you can't be anywhere around there protesting. I would understand if it was, I don't know what I would understand. I mean, besides the band next door, there's no good reason for it except to protect child predators. That's what we have. I mean, I know there's protests being organized against the Catholic Church. 14 priests arrested or being charged or involved in child molestation. And I know there's protests being organized against the Jehovah's Witnesses, who have hundreds of child molesters being accused. So I can't figure out, I mean, there needs to be an exception for protest. The second part of what I want to talk about is, Malcolm Graham, you are my representative, and I can't get a hold of you. I don't see you out there in the streets. I don't see your town hall meetings. I don't see you anywhere. I don't know what you're doing for black people in our district to keep them free. I don't know. I can't figure it out. And I've been asking for a pop-up for black sex workers in our neighborhood. That's all. We need a pop-up. We need it supplied. We need condoms. We need Plan Bs. We need all the stuff. And I've been reaching out to you, and I can't get a hold of you. I can't get a response, and I'm not going to email you all the time. Like, a number needs to be out there. You need to be accessible. You know what Angela Davis says? Is if we make everything accessible to black trans women who are sex workers, everybody else will be able to get there too. And that's not the goal in your district. I mean, basketball courts are great 6 years, 10 years from now. Right now, we have people, have you been down Wilkinson Boulevard? Right now, we have people sleeping in tents all over our neighborhood. We have sex workers that are unsafe, that are doing unsafe sex work. Where are you? I'm so happy that we have a council that is mostly black faces now. And I don't like to go in on black representatives because I know it's different.
Ms. Folder, thank you.
All right, Briggs and Tark are next.
Oh, come on, give her more time here.
Ed, really, no, let's not do that, please.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I think that is the, Madam Clerk, have we heard from all of our public speakers tonight? Okay, thank you very much for those of you that have spoken, and we appreciate that you've taken the time to be here. So we'll go right into an item that we have. Ms. Mayfield, do you mind taking your points up, your 36 and 47 at the end of the meeting? Okay, thank you. So we'll now go into the council members' agenda. And the first item on our agenda is a public hearing on Galloway, public hearing and decision on Galloway Ridge Area Voluntary Annexation. Do we have any speakers for the public hearing, Madam Clerk? We have two speakers for this item, and we'll have Mr. Brown, Colin Brown, as well as Reed Owen. Only, I don't believe that are there any questions for the petitioner? All right, hearing no questions, do we have a motion to close the public hearing and adopt an annexation ordinance with the effective date of May 22nd, 2023, to extend the corporate limits to include this property and assign it to the nearby City Council District 2?
Move to close and adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. So is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. I believe that's unanimous. All right, the next item on our agenda is a public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of Cleveland Avenue. So we're going to open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
Move to close.
We have a motion. Do I have a
Second.
motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution?
To close and adopt.
We have a motion on the floor and a second.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. That's unanimous as well. All right, we'll now go to our policy agenda. We have had a lot of policy discussions earlier today. But Mr. Jones, I just wanted to make sure, do you have are we going to try to address the NOAA today?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Mayor, so What I'd like to do is have Sean, who would have made this presentation in 267, talk a bit about the no investment opportunity. In a perfect world, we would have had an opportunity to talk about the ARPA housing recommendation that Sean made to you earlier for our grassroots nonprofits, as well as the ARPA community resilience funding opportunity. $6.5 million for the housing, $2.5 million for the resilience, and we were going to put them all together. So I'm just saying this for the folks in the audience tonight. You're getting part 3 of a 3-part presentation. So, but because the NOAA is something that would be before you next month, I need to have this conversation tonight.
All right. Mr.
Thank
Heath?
you. Thank you, Manager Jones. If I could ask the team to pull up the presentation, please. Tonight, we're going to discuss a naturally occurable affordable housing opportunity in District 1. It's a development by the name of Charlotte Woods, which was constructed in the early 1970s, 266 units, 1 and 2 bedrooms. In 2019, City Council established guidelines for investments in naturally occurable affordable housing. And those guidelines are helpful for us at the staff level, and they're helpful for the development community because they provide a good indication of the value proposition that City Council is interested in. So as we're pulling up the slides here, I cherry pick a few items from at risk of conversion to higher rents and the threat of displacement of low and moderate income residents. So that's really at the core of any public investment in naturally occurable affordable housing. You're only getting a return on that investment if you're putting deed restrictions in place and you're controlling rents over a period of time in which those rents would otherwise be rising to levels that were not affordable to residents. Here we can go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Actually, we can fast forward all the way to slide 7. Thank you. A few of the minimum requirements established in the guidelines from 2019. One is affordability period of at least 15 years. Another is funding must be prioritized for 60% AMI and below households, and at least 10% of the units must be set aside for 30% AMI households. All of those attributes are what I would refer to as the minimum requirements established by council. Staff is always anxious for opportunities that surpass and exceed these goals, and the opportunity that we'll discuss tonight does just that. There also are direct references in the city guidelines related to the cost per unit of up to $35,000 for NOAA opportunities with a leverage ratio of at least 1 to 3. So for every dollar that the city puts in, there's an expectation that other funders are putting in at least $3 to match. Next slide, please. Since you've established the guidelines in 2019, the City of Charlotte has been very active with NOAA. As you can see here, in aggregate, about $28 million of support, primarily from the Housing Trust Fund. The Pepper Tree opportunity last year was funded with ARPA, and you can see a leverage ratio of about 1 to 6 for those 8 deals that have been closed. And in terms of the number of households, over 1,300 units are under deed restriction as a result of these NOAA investments that were made by the City of Charlotte. So thousands of Charlotteans are benefiting from these investments through either avoiding displacement and or the access to the affordable units. In terms of layered programming, in addition to the units themselves, one of the things that we've had in place for a couple of years now, starting with Lake Mist as the pilot program, is the NOAA rental subsidy program, which is putting new rental subsidies into the marketplace, and it's a city-county collaboration. So I'll make direct reference to how that fits for this particular opportunity in a subsequent slide. And then on the supportive service model, this is something that I know a number of council members have expressed an interest in seeing us do more of. So I think here Ascent Housing and Atrium are showing great leadership as it relates to these particular housing impact fund opportunities with the focus on economic mobility. And to be very specific with Lake Mist in particular, I've spent some time out there on site because if you'll recall, the first thing that Atrium does with the community health worker model is they do a resident needs assessment. So what are the specific supports that a particular community needs beyond just the access to the affordable housing itself? And generally, you'll see access to affordable childcare, access to affordable transportation, and financial literacy as the types of things that bubble up to the top. So we're in conversation at Lake Mist, which is separate and distinct from this opportunity tonight, but it's part of the Ascent Housing portfolio. We're in conversation with them in terms of how to have some of our CATS resources come out to the community and talk about access to affordable transportation. We're in conversation with Child Care Resources, which is a local nonprofit that's focused on access to affordable child care, for some tools that they can provide to the residents at Lake Mist. And another reason why we're interested in this model is because Lending Tree has also shown an interest in working in communities like Lake Mist to put some on-the-ground programming in place to help the residents there. In terms of public-private partnership, this is a key aspect for these opportunities. The Housing Impact Fund is separate and distinct from the Housing Trust Fund. The Housing Trust Fund, of course, are city dollars. The Housing Impact Fund is the Social Impact Equity Fund that was established here in Charlotte a few years ago. So keep in mind that the Housing Impact Fund has already programmed in excess of $50 million in the Charlotte marketplace in support of naturally occurable affordable housing projects that the city of Charlotte is invested in. Not only that, but just last week, the Housing Impact Fund closed on their second round of fundraising for in excess of $60 million to put into naturally occurable affordable housing in the city of Charlotte. That is a demonstration of the private sector commitment, the philanthropic sector commitment to naturally occurable affordable housing in Charlotte. Key investors included in the round 2 fundraising include Truist, PNC, Atrium, Honeywell, and the Leon Levine Foundation. Last, I would mention in terms of co-investments with Mecklenburg County, Pepper Tree was the first example where Mecklenburg County co-invested in the acquisition and renovation cost of the project, in addition to some things they've done with us the last few deals associated with the NOAA rental subsidy program. So with the Pepper Tree project last year, that was $8 million in city funds and $4 million in Mecklenburg County funds. And you'll see the same representation here once we get to the sources of funds information. Next slide, please. Just to give you more of a line of sight into the specific opportunity with Charlotte Woods, you can see Ascent Housing and Housing Impact Fund are the developers, located in District 1 at Woodlawn and Scaly Bark, 266 units, as I'd mentioned. In terms of current market rents for this location, this was in the mid-April timeframe, you can see for one bedroom, roughly $1,200 to $1,300, two bedrooms were roughly $1,500 to $1,550. So when you think about going forward, if the city of Charlotte were to choose to invest in this and establish the deed restriction for a 20-year period of time, one key aspect of the value proposition is the rents that would be restricted during that time period. So you can see all the way from on the low end, if you're thinking about, for example, a 20 to 30% AMI household in one bedroom, a tenant contribution for that household would be about $360. And then on the quote-unquote high end, for a two-bedroom household that's at the 80% AMI level, there you're talking about $1,200. So very attractive proposed rents relative to what's in place today, and certainly relative to where the market is heading in the years ahead. With Ascent Housing, we've historically seen a very attractive AMI mix, and that's the case for this particular opportunity. At the bottom of the slide, you can see that 80 units of the 266 would be devoted to 30% AMI, and that represents 30% of the overall number of units, which far exceeds the guidelines in place, which call for 10% to be devoted to 30% AMI. 50% of the units would be devoted to households in the 31 to 60% AMI level, and then 20% of the units for the 61 to 80% level. Next slide, please. Location is, of course, incredibly important for NOAA opportunities, and this is a wonderful location. As I've shared before, the sorts of things that we're interested in would be access to jobs, access to services and amenities, and good public schools, and Charlotte Woods checks the box in all of those things. You can see here on the map that it's located in the Collingwood neighborhood, not too far from the Park Road Shopping Center. Next slide, please. The total cost of the project is around $44 million. It's primarily the acquisition cost, along with about $6 million in renovations. And you can see the table here that outlines the sources of funds. So going from top to bottom, the conventional mortgage at 18 million. The Housing Impact Fund, which I mentioned before, is private sector and philanthropic dollars, puts in the social impact equity at about $14 million. The proposal here and the staff recommendation at the $8 million level, Mecklenburg County at $4 million. So this would be the first investment of round 2 of the Housing Impact Fund. And unlike everything we talked about earlier, which was ARPA related, this would be a housing trust fund investment of $8 million. The current balance in that, so in November 2022, voters, of course, approved the housing bond, which replenished the housing trust fund to the tune of $50 million. With the projects that were approved by council last month on April 24th, the current balance for the housing trust fund is approximately $30 million. So there's $30 million available to support this $8 million request. You can see some of the metrics here in the small table in the bottom right. This equates to a cost per unit of about $30,000, which is well within the guidelines in terms of being under $35,000 per door, and a leverage ratio of 1:5. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, Lake Mist was really council's opportunity to explore what was then a pilot program with the NOAA rental subsidy. And then in 2021, council approved it as a full program. So I believe we have 5 of these in place already. So this would not be new. This would just be an extension of the sort of thing we've done before. And you know, just to kind of step back for a second on 30% AMI households, I think the city of Charlotte has demonstrated a real commitment to 30% AMI households. Number one, you have a number of policy provisions that require 30% units be placed in city-supported developments, whether it's new multifamily construction where you require at least 20% of the units, or whether it's naturally occurable affordable housing where you're requiring at least 10% of the units. And as I said, this proposal far exceeds that. A lot of jurisdictions don't have those types of policies in place. So many units have been brought into this community because of those types of policy decisions. Last year, you passed the source of income policy protection in support of city-supported housing to help ensure that individuals with vouchers that are seeking housing in city-supported developments are treated fairly. We've talked in committee about the A Home for All initiative, and among other things, one of the areas of emphasis there is how do you grow the number of landlords and like the portfolio of landlords that are willing to accept voucher holders through incentives and things like that. So I think that's something where we will hear more of as we go through the year. And then this particular program, I think, is important because here, once again, because of this program, it's introducing vouchers into the marketplace. And we know this is a challenging market for 30% AMI households. There's a long wait list for rental subsidies. So fundamentally, the way this works is half of the units that are devoted to the 30% AMI household are eligible to participate in this program. So for this development, 80 units were at 30% AMI, so that means you can see in this table on the bottom right that up to 40 units could participate in this program. It's devoted to 30% AMI households and below. As has been the case in all of these, there's always a direct reference to the city property tax associated with this site. And the city property tax is not waived, there's not a tax reimbursement, but we establish a ceiling on the amount of the rental subsidy based on the annual city portion of the property tax associated with the site. And that's how we ensure we live within our means during the 20-year period when these rental subsidies are in place. So as we've talked about recently, with really any form of rental subsidy, you're going to have the tenant contribution, which here is based on the household's ability to pay to ensure they avoid being cost burdened. And then with this collaborative model, you have the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County both providing a portion of the rental subsidy. So we work with Housing Collaborative as the third party to administer the program. And once again, it's a feature that we think makes these particular opportunities really distinctive relative to really what you find anywhere across the country. In terms of the financial impact, the city property tax for this location in 2022 was $112,000. As I said before, this is a rental subsidy that would be put in place for 20 years. It's kind of like a project-based subsidy. It would not follow the household if they left the community. And in the interest of transparency, we also wanted to show what a present value would look like if you grow that subsidy over time based on reasonable assumptions associated with property tax growth, make some assumptions around utilization of the subsidy program itself, and then discount it back to present day. So with all of that in mind, it would equate to a present value over the 20-year period of about $1.8 million. Next slide, please. So kind of wrapping up with a couple slides here. Once again, this is 266 units would not be the largest NOAA in the city of Charlotte that you invested in, but it would be among the largest. Clearly, this is an area in Charlotte that's been experiencing substantial rent growth. This opportunity meets or beats, and in some cases far surpasses, the guidelines that were put in place in 2019. We love that this is a further demonstration of collaboration with Mecklenburg County in a very meaningful way. And then this really checks the boxes on a number of city-related priorities, most of these which I've already spoken of, but I'll jump down to the last two. You'll recall with Ascent Housing that this is a commitment they've made on previous deals as well, that for the renovation piece of the overall investment, that over 90% of that work will be minority-led. And then once again, with the supportive services aspect of it, this project will include the community health worker model on-site, where Atrium has an individual on-site multiple days per week. And Ascent Housing, within the last few months, actually hired somebody to work on a full-time basis supporting Mark Etheridge, focused exclusively on economic mobility and supportive services in order to not just provide the housing to these individuals, but look for opportunities to support them in other ways as well. Next and last slide. In terms of next steps, as the city manager had mentioned, this would be on the business agenda for June 12th, based on feedback and discussion this evening. The Board of County Commissioners is expected to consider this opportunity in early June. Typically, their cadence is they'll have a discussion and a vote in the same night for an opportunity like this. And then I wanted to close out on just a little bit of a pivot, but anytime we do a presentation like this, I think it can raise questions in the community. Well, what about me? Where can I, if I'm a community partner that does this sort of work, have an opportunity to pursue city funds for these sorts of projects? So one of the things we've talked extensively with the Housing Safety and Community about over the last few months through the Housing Trust Fund tune-up process is the idea of having a quote-unquote rolling RFP for naturally occurable affordable housing. And what makes it rolling is it opens, but it never really closes. So it's open to the extent we have funds available to support compelling opportunities. So for any community partners that are working on or dreaming of exciting, naturally occurable, affordable housing projects, we opened up the rolling RFP on Friday of last week. And as I said, there's no close date. So we'll be excited to hear from community partners. We know some of them have been asking questions about, well, what's the most appropriate funding pathway for them to put good ideas in front of us? This is it, right here. So we're excited that that launched on Friday. And what we will do is we will batch up opportunities as they come our way, and we see things interesting that look worthy of funding. We will bring those into council for conversation and a vote. So that is the end of the prepared remarks. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Before we move to any other thing on the manager's report, Ms. Johnson has a question.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a couple questions for Sean about the programming. The Housing Impact Fund, you mentioned some private investors or partners. Is there any public dollars included in that fund?
No, there are no, well, speaking for the city of Charlotte, the city of Charlotte has no investments in the Housing Impact Fund whatsoever.
And do you know the current numbers, the deficit of 30% AMI units in the county right now?
The number that I have in my head is, in 23,000 is the number I have floating around in my head, but something north of 20,000, yes.
Okay. You mentioned the rolling RFP for developers that might want to develop NOAAs. Can you define NOAA?
Yes, and it's interesting you asked that question because I was looking for a definition the other night. There's not a universal definition necessarily of NOAAs, but the one that we have in our guidelines from 2019 I think is a pretty good one. And I'm trying to find it for you. I'm not seeing it offhand. I know it's buried in here, but fundamentally, NOAAs in their simplest form are basically unsubsidized, affordable rental housing.
Okay.
That's essentially the definition that you'll see at the local level, the Charlotte definition, the Mecklenburg County definition, the state of North Carolina nationally. So unsubsidized existing rental housing at affordable levels, which is at risk of rising rents over time, which will make it unaffordable to current residents.
So do they have to be a certain age?
No.
Okay, and what programs or incentives do we have for developers or landlords who might want to provide affordable housing, specifically AMI, 30% AMI, the lowest of low income, of truly affordable housing? What incentives do we have for those landlords who may want to come to the city for help?
It really depends on the nature of the project. I mean, if you think about new multifamily construction, new single-family construction, naturally occurable affordable housing, you go across the continuum of what are the different types of affordable housing that any marketplace is interested in. Between the rolling NOAA RFP, which we just rolled out, the conventional RFP that we do for the Housing Trust Fund, generally twice a year, and then I believe in the very near future, the program that I mentioned earlier tonight around the $6.5 million of ARPA funds, where we're looking for creative ideas for local partners. Depending on the nature of the project, I'm confident that there are pathways for our partners to pursue. It really depends on the very specific nature of what they're proposing.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to clarify, the rolling RFP is for existing units, but there's no requirement that they be a certain age.
No, in the NOAA guidelines, we require that the units be 15 years or older.
Oh, I just asked
Yeah,
that.
which is
Okay.
fairly common across the country. You'll see either 15 or 20 years as the norm.
20 years. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Asmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Heath, I appreciate your leadership in really addressing affordable housing crisis through NOAAs. We have seen over last 5 to 6 years hedge funds acquiring these apartment buildings and renovating it, and then raising rents to 200% in certain instances. So this will definitely help us keep people housed, and this will help us address affordable housing crisis where we don't have to wait 2, 3, 4 years for apartments construction to be complete. This is absolutely a great model, and I recently read an email from Mark Etheridge that talked about how NOAAs can help address affordable housing crisis now, not 2 to 3 years from today. And some of the work they are doing around social impact fund, and they've raised over $65 million. How do you see our housing trust fund dollars with their private match address some of our affordable housing crises, especially NOAA? Do you think we have enough capacity because of just a massive amount that they have raised?
Right, and if you think back to the January Housing and Jobs Summit, where one council member, I don't recall which one, asked Mark Etheridge that specific question and what he felt his pipeline looked like. And I think the answer in the room was something to the effect of that they could potentially put opportunities in front of the city that would equate to about half of the housing bond on an annual basis. So potentially 12.5, $20 million kind of range. And that's, on one hand, it's easy to think, well, gosh, we don't have the capacity to do that. But I think that's a good problem to have. And we're going to have that challenge, to be frank, over the next 12 months. There will be many more opportunities, whether it be new construction, NOAA construction, home ownership, you run across the board. There will be more opportunities than there are funding available, which is yet again another reason why I really like the idea of having the RFPs like the rolling NOAA rolling RFP, it's the only way that staff can be in a perspective where, when we're standing here in front of you, that we're confident that we're putting the best project opportunities in front of you, is if we're having them compete against each other.
Absolutely. What they're doing is certainly massive. I mean, $65 million that they have raised for social impact fund. I mean, we're talking about more than 1,000 units that could help us address. So applaud your leadership and what they are doing with NOAAs. And I look forward to seeing more NOAAs brought to us. Certainly, it helps us tackle affordable housing crisis with sense of urgency. So thank you.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Sean, for the presentation. I've got a couple of things. I'm happy to see increased interest around NOAA opportunities. I'm particularly interested to see what we get, to your point, when it comes to competition. I know that the NOAA RFP has just gone out. As we look at some of our other housing trust fund projects, we've seen affordability go out to 40 years and beyond. I understand that NOAAs are a different animal, but I really want to make sure that we continue to shift our focus towards long-term affordability. And so as we consider these NOAAs, I just want to balance that against what are the other opportunities to really truly invest in mobility for our residents over time. Because when I look at the average cost here, if we were to extrapolate that to the balance of our HTF fund, it's less than 2,000 units, right? And even if we talk about 20 million every 2 years, we're not going to build our way out of this. And so I think what I would like to see us shift our focus to in an increasing way is how do we help people grow through? And part of that is home ownership. We know that. I'm very excited to see the wraparound services here, and I think that as we think about this project, it's got to not only consider the subsidy associated with housing, but the value that enables in terms of the mobility piece, because I think that's where the real investment is here for us. Because as I look at this, I'm looking at $8 million in upfront investment. There's going to be some level of voucher holders, and then we've got this additional subsidy that's got the MPV of 1.8 million. That feels like a lot for even this being one of the largest NOAA projects that has come before us. So I'm interested to continue the conversation with this. It's certainly in its lane, is extremely innovative, and so I do want to acknowledge that. I just want us to continue to broaden our focus of how do we deliver tools that are going to be meaningful for the long term and provide affordability and perpetuity. So as that being said, I'm going to be very interested to see what comes out of this first few weeks of this NOAA, because I don't want to lean too far in on one project without seeing what competition can provide for us in that space. So I'll be interested to see that. And as we think about NOAAs, and I know you and I had this conversation earlier, certainly it appears that it's structured around rental.
Yes.
So I would like to see us have the conversation in terms of how does our policy support naturally occurring affordable housing as it relates to home ownership as well. And that is a piece that I think that we can add. So those are my cards. Please respond.
Good. If I could just maybe pull a thread on the last one, because I'm looking forward to the upcoming committee meetings for a number of reasons, one of which we're really going to start diving in to the work around the anti-displacement strategy, the recommendations coming out of the NEST Commission. Deputy Director Hefner has been leading this work with the NEST co-chairs. And I think we will see some recommendations emerge from that work that are very aligned with some of the points you're making. And for example, the acquisition, rehab, and resale program that was established by council a couple of years ago can be a great opportunity for us to flex that, scale that a bit as a way to scoop up some affordable homes in the community and convert them into long-term affordable home ownership.
Thank you.
And so, the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So when I met with staff and Sent, there are a few things that really popped out about this deal that make a lot of sense to me. And it really is an outcome of years of policy work that this council has had a high fidelity to. And it really does underscore the need for us, this body, to be a deliberative body and work from these policy perspectives and not simply look at the deal. So how is this our policy at work, right? When you look at our locational policy, where this place sits, I don't know if this is a function of redistricting, but I thought this was in District 6, but it's in District 1.
It is.
It is in District 1, but it's a short walk away from Park Road Shopping Center. It's a longer walk, maybe a bike ride, to the light rail, surrounded by many different bus lines. So on top of the affordability of rent, you don't necessarily have to have the cost of owning a vehicle to have all your quality of life needs for folks that need to live here, right? That was something that we had to adjust our policy to look at many years ago, or to reweight the way we score our affordable housing projects. We look at this idea of a NOAA policy, right? Many years ago, we were presented with an idea that sounded like a very good idea, but we realized that we did not have a policy lens to deliberate this to. How did it actually match the data, right? How did we align this to the priorities that we set year to year? So we in the county, I see County Commissioner Leek in the building. Good evening, Ms. Leek. We each went on our independent policy paths so that we were able to, again, take a deal in front of us and deliberate and make a decision. And we've seen that we continue to learn, as Mr. Heath says, the fifth deal or something like that, that these NOAAs can be a powerful tool to prevent displacement, but we certainly need to adjust how we're looking at NOAAs, because they're not a panacea of do good. You see that in terms of the adjustments that we're suggesting tonight, where you have the rolling RFP or the presentation that was made upstairs about how we might continue to look at housing more people while utilizing different partnerships for people that we find difficult to fit in existing policies to house. And then we look at the 30% goals, right? Many years ago, we saw our housing trust fund, and we saw that we were doing really good from the 60, 80 to 100, but we were having little impact, if any impact, at the 30%. And so when you see this deal, you're actually not just sustaining rents where they're at, this investment is lowering rents. These rents are going to be lower than they were right now with the status quo. So when you look at that, you see just three different policies that we've been working on over time. So that's how I'm getting behind this, why the numbers make sense to me, but even more important, why this fits the policy direction that we've been having in the policy discussions and the policy work. And I would just, as I begged us upstairs on a different subject, I would beg this council to continue to operate on the level that we work best in, and that's the high level, giving our staff the right policy guidance so they can come back to us with the best plans to execute on our stated priorities. Thank you.
Right. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean, you and I have spoken about this deal, and actually Mayor Pro Tem just hit a lot of the really great points around this. I'd like to say just overarchingly that District 1 has a high concentration of NOAAs, and several of them sort of abut Ms. Molina's district. And I love the idea of what NOAA's bring to the table, and certainly a sense a great partner and thinking holistically from a 360 perspective, how to benefit communities that they invest in. So one of the most important points you hit on, Sean, is really and truly this location. And this is a fantastic location. It is 100% at high risk of being converted to higher rents. So if we were not partnering with the county, and hello, Commissioner Leak, if we were not partnering with the county to come up with a creative way to protect and invest in these 266 units, you could see rents doubling very easily in this location. So that is great that we're protecting rents and to Mayor Pro Tem's point, lowering them in such a great location. Again, the location not only to everyday needs, but there are multiple schools right down the street where kids can actually walk to schools in Myers Park and Selwyn and AG, Alexander Graham. So it's right in the middle, in the nucleus of so many grocery stores, so many amenities, walkability to school and everything you need there. And I also really like how Ascent utilizes and leverages the community health care workers. And I would just want to call them out on their innovation around that, because community healthcare workers are not purely just wraparound services. These guys are trained, they have certifications, they have to update their certifications, and they really serve a multifaceted role in the community. And so I love that. To Ms. Watlington's point, there will be community healthcare worker access here that will help with upward mobility and how to navigate systems to ensure that families are getting the best that they can. I also think the $30K per door is a good metric, well below what what our threshold is. And the rolling RFP is a great way to instill competition in the marketplace year-round. So we can ensure that it's not just fortuitous from a timing perspective, but you're actually inviting competition to truly bring the best deal forward. And then lastly, Sean, I would just say, I love that you're introducing the net present value here, because we get some sense of the true value of money and how it impacts on a go-forward basis. So I'm definitely in support of this project. I think District 1's always been in support of NOAA's, but this is a great location, and it has so many marks for it that underscore and support our policy, and that's such a critical point, that it supports the policy that council has stood up. I'm looking forward to having conversations and moving forward with this approval of this project. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Heath, thank you for the information that you've shared. We've talked for years regarding my colleagues' comment regarding how do we get access to more home ownership, because that is where you build wealth and where you have opportunities. I want to get an idea when we're talking about the rolling RFP, and I want to also acknowledge and thank you as well as Mr. Wooten, because we've had some very different conversations with some developers in the community. So we've identified a few single-family developers that aren't mass developers. And where we've had real conversations is in that challenge of funding is in that land. So if that land costs $1 million plus, of course that cost is going to be transferred to the purchaser. What I do support with this project is the fact that you broke down the surrounding area, and knowing that you had the average home values that were close to $600,000 and potentially is going to grow, having accessible multifamily available is going to be a great opportunity. I also want to make sure that we're not completely reliant on subsidy. if we're already putting government dollars in, whether those dollars are coming from the city, whether those dollars are coming from the county, and then you're adding a subsidy on top of that, that somewhat creates a challenge for me, because we also have a number of individuals who are on limited incomes that their income may be $1,000 a month, but they cannot find access to housing, and they don't even have an opportunity to get in the door because we have an unwritten rule or relationship regarding our subsidies. So I also have a challenge when you think about no one should be paying more than 30%. So whether you're in 30% below 60 to 80 up to 120, you shouldn't be paying. In a world where there was some type of equality, you shouldn't be paying more than 30% of your income towards rent regardless. The challenge I have is if we're not opening that space for those who have an income, but that income without subsidy, because that's a setup. Long term, when you're receiving these government dollars, you can only get access if you have these government dollars. So it would be helpful for me to get an idea in our language as we're pushing this out and creating these opportunities. How do we create real opportunities for everyone to be able to at least have access that we're not necessarily seeing today? That will be helpful for when I'm going out and having conversations with the community, of which you and I've had, again, lots of conversations for many years about this, so this isn't new, but I want us to think about it has to be more than with this subsidy, this is what you can get access to, because everyone doesn't have a subsidy, and everyone shouldn't have to be dependent on a subsidy in order to get access. So it would just be helpful to get an idea of when we're talking about this large dollar amount, 8 million is a lot. We're gonna hit some goals here that we're not gonna hit in other areas, but what are the other opportunities when we're talking about bringing in a smaller, and Mr. Manager, I had a chance to have you pop in just to say that hello, a developer that builds 10 to 20, 30 single-family homes and can build them and get them. Yes, you really can't build a house in under 100, in 100 days or less. That's a quality home that doesn't have as many of the obstacles, especially if we are talking about our land or land that we have access to or through our land trust that can help reduce those costs on the front end. Do you see opportunities in there, Mr. He?
Yeah, and if I could just make one point on if you think about our overall portfolio of projects that we support, and this question actually just came up a couple weeks ago, a lot of the LIHTC deals that we support. So I reached out to the developers just to get a better sense for how do you really manage these 30% AMI units. And I may have mentioned in a previous meeting that the feedback I got was that, that when an income eligible household shows up with these LIHTC deals, that they may or may not have a voucher. And if they don't have a voucher, then their rent is just the tenant contribution. If they do have a voucher, it's the tenant contribution plus the Section 8 voucher layered on top of that. But I feel comfortable that when you look across our whole portfolio for the city of Charlotte, that we are being responsive to households that do have vouchers, because we know how many voucher holders will say they're waiting for the callbacks or the phones aren't answered. I'm comfortable that when you look at across our whole portfolio, that we are working to provide opportunities that people that don't have vouchers as well.
And I know, again, that we cannot do it legally. Yet, according to our legal team, in language of mandate, but I think there is value in looking at residents who have been here 3 years or more, who have been on wait lists for a number of years, to be able to have some type of access, if they can't have priority, since we can't use certain words, have access to these developments when you have a NOAA that's 90% at capacity. Okay, so for that 10%, how do we get those individuals in quicker? Even though it is happening on some level, I also want to make sure that we're not setting it up where one partner has a leg up over all the others that may be coming to the table so that we could be as diverse as possible, so that we don't look back after 2 decades and we have created a conglomerate of multifamily where one partner has received access to all of that. That is something else that I want us to really think about long-term in order to make sure that we do have an equitable city. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to offer a slightly different perspective here. I appreciate the creativity and the private investment that has gone into this structure. And for that reason, given that we have committed money to the Housing Trust Fund, I think this is probably a good way to invest it. The concern I have here is that if you look at the number of units compared to the need that we just talked about, the effect of what we're doing is that for every person who actually receives this kind of assistance, there probably are 19 or 20 or more who are just as deserving and just as needy who don't. And I think as a matter of honesty to the community as a whole, we need to be upfront about our limits here, and we need to be clear. We will continue to strive to ease the need and to identify the people for whom this is the most critical, but we're not going to buy our way out of this. And so I just don't want us to create the impression that because of these efforts by us and thanks to this novel structure, I mean, this translates into about $50,000 a unit. And if you multiply that out times the number of units we think it would take to accommodate all the people who have a need, it's $1 billion or $1.5 billion. So I hope we will continue to pursue policies, that we will leverage our resources every way we can. But we do also just need to be kind of upfront. I don't want the day to come when we're sitting in this chamber and a lot of people are out there going, where is my affordable housing? You keep talking about affordable housing and I can't get any. Why not? So maybe it's just a question of messaging. And again, I do appreciate the creativity that went into this transaction. I just look forward to next year, to our budget process. We talked about it already. We are incurring deficits in certain areas in the conduct of city business, and we are making these investments. And in my mind, it's not an ideological thing. In my mind, I'm looking at the success we're able to achieve with these investments versus the cost we're incurring in terms of other things the city needs to be doing. And I think next year, we're going to find ourselves with a tough decision about either reducing our social investment or increasing taxes or getting deeper into a hole on basic city obligations. So I don't want to spoil the party here, but guys, maybe I'm a numbers guy, but that doesn't mean they don't matter. And I would like us, again, in our messaging and in our prioritization, to remember all the other things that we're responsible for. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean and Council, I want to take us back. I think we had this conversation in January, and we all agree that we can't build our way to solve affordable housing. But our summit was called Jobs and Housing Summit. And so I think sometimes we forget about the upward mobility and creating skills part, and so people can be able to afford their own based on their skill level. So I do know the Housing Impact, their Board of Advisors have some very committed people to workforce development. So can you talk about, or have they shared some of the results from some of the projects they have created, workforce development components of their construction projects?
Councilmember Mitchell, I think I would have to take that as a homework assignment.
Okay.
That's not something I'm really prepared to speak to directly.
Okay. Because I know they're passionate about changing the community, but they also passionate about upward mobility and providing skills for the residents that they build quality of housing for them. So thank you. If you can just give a report back to us, that'd be great. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think that there's been a lot said about this, but I remember our first NOAA, and it was to prevent displacement. And so whatever we're doing to keep people in their housing is really important. The idea of how do we increase the ability for people to have home ownership or to pay their own way is related completely to how we begin to work and collaborate on our workforce development programs. We have a lot of opportunities to talk about affordable housing, but at some point, I do believe we have to figure out how to talk about building out the ability for people to live somewhere and get to work without spending money for a car, that we would actually take that income that's actually disposable, but not right now. It's essential to be able to have a bus system and a train system that works for everyone to get to work. And that's what we are really, our investments do not necessarily have to be always in the housing part of it. If we would invest in our community college, I thank Commissioner Leek and all of the commissioners for the support that they give to Central Piedmont Community College and all of its opportunities that it creates. But we have the issue around how do we get people to have the ability to support themselves, as Mr. Mitchell said. And so I believe in our collaboration to try to hold this down and hold it together, but we all have to begin to invest in what are we going to do in changing our methodology so that people have the opportunity to make choices for where they want to live. So thank you for all of the time that was spent on this project. And we'll probably have to have some stopgaps like this for a while. I mean, 25,000. I actually think that it's time for us to do a little bit of work around our demographics. We need to know how many people we have that are seniors that are not going to want to live in a home or have a home ownership. What are we doing? I think there's some opportunities to get additional information, to fine-tune where we are, and to have some precision around what we can accomplish. So we can talk about that later, but I certainly hope that we continue to remember that people have to have a safe place to live. And that's very, very important in a community. It's what makes a community work. So thank you, everyone. I believe that that is the end of your report on housing, at least. Do you have other?
No, Mayor, what I'd like to do is, while there are other items, I'd like to defer those. The one thing I would like to do is on the 30-day memo, I think it's a great segue for the last four of you who spoke. The concept is on the same day that you vote on the budget, that we have an update on where we are with the priorities from the annual strategy meeting, as well as an update from the Jobs and Housing Summit. And we've worked with Resilient Cities. They provided some feedback since those meetings, and we'd like to begin to share that with the council, even to the point where we can start to look at scorecards and things of that nature. But Mayor, I know there are a bunch of individuals who have some items on the agenda they'd like to speak to, so I would like to get off the manager's message.
Right. So thank you, Mr. Jones, for that, and thank you, Mr. Heath. So the next item on our agenda is the item 13, Unified Development Ordinance Discussion on Infill Redevelopment with Triplexes and Duplexes. This item is a discussion on the Unified Development Ordinance specific to infill redevelopment. I think Ms. Craig has a presentation, and following her presentation, we have two speakers, Reverend Boyd and Mr. Nealon Lewis. And so, Ms. Allison.
Thank you, and if you could pull up my slide deck, that would be great. Okay. Let's see if I can control this from here. Next slide. So I'm here tonight in the May 15th City Council zoning meeting. Council requested that I come before you on the 22nd to provide a presentation and a discussion of information related to the implementation of the UDO specific to infill development as related to triplexes and duplexes. So what I'm going to talk about tonight are really in two parts. The first thing I want to cover is why it's important to expand our housing supply by providing missing middle housing. And then I want to talk a little bit about how the UDO supports increasing our housing supply and development through the infrastructure requirements that are new in the UDO. Before I move to the next slide, I want to call it, I have two words or phrases underlined here. And if you go to the next slide, I wanted to take a minute to to define these, so that as we're having this conversation, we're using the same words and on the same page about what these concepts are. So the first is missing middle housing. So this is really the type of housing that's between a typical single-family home as well as an apartment building. So it's different types of housing options like fourplexes and duplexes, cottage courts, townhomes. And so it's different types of housing because not everyone wants to live in a single-family home or an apartment, and we need to have options for different places and ways in which we want to live. I've been asked a few times over the last week about what is infill, particularly since it was brought up last Monday night. And so for the purposes of this conversation, I'm defining residential infill development as developing vacant, underutilized, or redeveloping parcels that are within existing neighborhood areas that are already largely developed. Next slide. So in Charlotte's future, we've talked about this a number of times. Over the next 20 years, we're expecting more than 400,000 new residents, 200,000 additional jobs. And we really need to take the time to modernize our policy and our regulatory tools to make development and planning more easily understood and to make it more predictable. And really, but even more so, this is about, it's not just planning for the people that are coming here tomorrow, it's also supporting the people that are here today and making sure the people that are here today can thrive tomorrow as well. Next slide. So you mentioned the Housing and Jobs Summit a couple times this evening already, which is great because I'm bringing back a slide from Dr. Chu's presentation. So Dr. Chu from UNC Charlotte. And one of the things he talked about was this price to income ratio and how it's really an indicator of affordability in our area. So if you look sort of third from the left is Charlotte. And so what he talked about in January before you all is that Charlotte for the first time reached a price to income ratio of 4, which is really a very strong signal that our affordability issues are going the wrong direction and we need to do something. He also talked about middle income affordability is becoming a significant challenge for our region, and that all in all, one of the most important things that we can do as a community is to increase our housing supply. Next slide. So there's a nonprofit in DC that does housing research nationwide, reached out to me recently as they've been doing research about missing middle housing in Charlotte and in all kinds of metro areas across the United States. And so I've got a couple slides here tonight because the research that they've done is very recent. It's been provided or it's been done in the last few weeks to months. So there's a lot on this slide. I'll take a minute to walk you through it, and I'd like to start first at the bottom part of the graph. And so the far left block really is talking about rents in 2 to 4 unit buildings. So we're talking about in our duplex, triplex, quadruplex type of structures. You move over to the 15 to 19 unit buildings. Those are really your more like mid-size apartment buildings, smaller scale. The 20-plus unit buildings, we're really starting to get into your typical apartment-style project. And then finally, the single-family homes, which we all understand what that is. So, and then for each one of those types of housing types, there are 4 different bar graphs that talk about pricing per decade. And so for each of those sections, you look at, it's from 1990 or earlier, 1990 to 1999, the 2000s, and then the 2010s. And the point I really wanted to make from this particular slide is if you compare single-family homes to the 2 to 4 unit building blocks, you can see that the price increase over the decades has increased dramatically for both single-family homes as well as for apartment buildings. And then when you look at the 2 to 4 unit buildings, so your plex units, you've really seen very little price increase, and they generally are naturally more affordable than your apartment buildings and single family home types of development. Next slide. It's a little hard to read on the screen, but what I wanted to convey here is that we have really built very little missing middle housing in the last few decades. And so I think it's around 4,000 units citywide, but over the last 20 years, we have really built only 400 or so plex units citywide. So we have vastly underproduced in this particular housing type, and given all the importance of how they are affordable and the housing options that they provide, is something that we aim to do something about through the comprehensive plan and the UDO. Next slide. So of course, we have our vision that we adopted in 2021, the comprehensive plan, and then recently adopted the UDO last August, which goes into effect on June the 1st. And these work together from a vision and a regulatory standpoint to really implement the city and the community's vision for what they want in their communities. Next slide. So what's in the 2040 plan? So there's a policy, I think we're all quite aware of, that allows single-family duplex and triplex housing units where single-family housing is allowed. And there are site development standards specified within the UDO in terms of lot size, setbacks, et cetera, and other dimensional standards. So that's in the policy in the comprehensive plan. In the UDO, it states that duplexes and triplexes are allowed in all residential zoning districts and that lot standards remain the same for single-family duplexes and triplexes except for height and driveway widths. So I want to call your attention to a couple pictures on the slide. So the top in West End and in Dilworth, these are duplexes that exist today in our communities, and they're really, particularly in our inner ring neighborhoods, you see a lot of these throughout our community that have been around for some time. The bottom slide is something, a duplex that was recently constructed, and it's an example of what we're not allowing in the UDO. So there's two pieces of that that relate to height and driveway width. So to the left of the duplex structure is a single-family home. That would not be allowed under the UDO because of the sidewall height requirements that limit height so that the new structure is in character and scale of what is in the neighborhood today. We also have driveway width restrictions to ensure that we're maintaining tree-lined streets, tree-lined sidewalks, and not creating excessive impervious surface in our communities. Next slide. So also from the Housing Center, they have done some research projecting how many plex units or how many duplex or triplex units and quadruplexes could be built in the city of Charlotte. And I'll mention this, we did some work similar to this a couple of years ago with a consultant, EPS Systems. And so this knowing is that if you were to convert all of the properties that could be developed as a duplex that are economically feasible over a 10-year period, we would expect about 8,000 units. If we did just triplexes, it would be about 17,000 units. So the reality of the development pattern would be that you would have some mix of these, and so that number might be somewhere between 8,000 and 18,000 is the number of duplex, triplex, or quadruplex units that we would expect under the UDO requirements of today. And as you can see, talking again about price and AMI and price to income ratio, as you add these additional units, that sort of price element is reduced and becomes more affordable. So I wanted to mention too that what these estimates do not factor in are any limitations that are imposed by homeowners association or other restrictive covenants that do exist today. So next slide. I pulled a slide from some work that the city did in 2019 and 2020. So this is directly from a presentation that you all received a few years back, just to understand how prevalent homeowners associations were within our community. And what they estimated in 2019 was that anywhere from sort of 50 to 67% of single-family lots are impacted by some type of homeowners association. And that of the ones that they polled, and of course you have to keep in mind that there are thousands and thousands of different restrictive covenants out there that have been put in place in different times over decades. Just the sampling that they pulled, they were estimating that many of them, almost all of them, have some type of prohibition for the different types of units like duplexes and triplexes in those particular communities. So when we're talking about the number of units that we're expecting here, they're not a lot. Those are not a lot of units that I stated in the previous slide, and that they're even further limited by restrictive covenants that may be put in place from private associations. Next slide. And the last sort of map that I have too from this data source starts to put these in a map, and so you can see really a heat map. So the darker the color is, the more net units you might expect. And these are really starting to put in a map where we might expect duplexes and triplexes to occur within our community. So I think having a map like this, even if it's not, even if it doesn't really reflect maybe some restrictive covenants that are in place, what it does is it provides an opportunity for us to connect the dots between work that's going on in other departments. So you're aware that Housing and Neighborhood Services are working on an anti-displacement strategy, and that's really responding to development pressure in general. It's not necessarily related to just duplexes and triplexes, but it presents an opportunity for us to add that sort of the toolbox and the inputs that we're using as we start to make recommendations in the anti-displacement strategy that we are working on. Next slide. So I wanted to spend a couple minutes just talking about, as we're talking about growth, as we're talking about the importance of housing supply, I want to make sure that council and the community are aware of the infrastructure that's now going to be required in the UDO that we have not had before. Next slide. So I think we are doing a lot in the mobility place. And so we hear a lot in the rezoning meetings. There's a 2,500 trip threshold for TIS. Why is that so high? We are reducing that in sort of in the post-June 1st world and requiring a traffic impact study for projects with lower thresholds. We are also requiring a comprehensive transportation review, and this is for projects that are not just going through the rezoning process, this is also for projects by right. So really trying to start to build that infrastructure through private development that occurs both by right and through the rezoning process. This, of course, is focused on being multimodal. This is not just about moving cars, it's about moving people. There's other requirements too. We're eliminating an exemption for single building sites to not have to provide for streets, and also looking at requirements for, well, we have requirements in there for bus stops and bus stop amenities. Next slide. We talk a lot about stormwater infrastructure, and I know there's been a number of articles in the news about subdivisions or individual lots that are experiencing some drainage challenges. We currently today review projects, commercial, multifamily, and subdivisions for stormwater. And now, come June 1st, we will begin reviewing infill development, single lots, additions, modifications to structures, land disturbance, really trying to make sure that we're protecting our residents from any potential negative impacts to flooding and drainage. Next slide. And then lastly, wanted to talk a little bit about trees and open space. So we have not updated the the payment in lieu fee that is capped at property tax value since about 2012. And so we have right-sized that to current property tax values of today. There's an increase on-site preservation area for subdivisions. We're protecting heritage trees on all types of sites. There's new street tree planting on private streets as well as for residential infill, so really getting at that, again, the tree-lined sidewalks, the tree-lined streets. And we have exemptions today for tree save in our current ordinance, so TOD and in some cases MUD and UMUD do not have to provide that, so those exemptions will go away June 1st. And then with open space has to be usable. It can be sort of a fragment of a site today, but now it has to be quality open space. And then we're also have a great partnership with Mecklenburg County, really providing opportunities for private development to be able to contribute to building out our park and our greenway infrastructure. So appreciate the partnership with Mecklenburg on that. And with that, I'm happy to answer and entertain any questions.
Well, before we have questions, let's have hear from our two speakers. Reverend Boyd.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles. The other speaker, Dr. Lewis, was not able to be here this evening, so I'll be the only one speaking tonight.
All right, so you have 3 minutes to speak with
Thank
us. It's
you.
good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you, county manager, city manager, and to my representative, our representative, Renee Johnson. I stand here before you today as a member of the Lexington resident community, along with those who have come to stand with me. There's only a few of us tonight. We were a packed house on last Monday because we didn't get until late that this was actually going to be on the agenda. So our reason for being here tonight is to bring your attention to the fact that, and I won't bring up the petition, it's already been mentioned on last Monday, that there's a development proposed next to our community, and we've gotten into and starting to learn about what you all are very astute about tonight. But one of the things that we want you to be aware of is that what the general public is not aware of is that the UDO is going to take in effect a unified zoning ordinance by right, which is, I understand, not only citywide but nationwide, from an R3 to an N1A, which means from 3 units per acre to 7.5 units per acre. 3 units per 10,000 square feet to 7.5 units for 10,000 square feet. Now, I heard the planning director's presentation tonight, and what is missing is the quality of life and the accelerated displacement that is happening. Infrastructure is behind. Infrastructure in terms of the building, in terms of police, emergency, fire, in this push to gain housing. I heard from one council member that this is the way to reduce the pricing of housing. Well, the proposal for our builder is on a 15-acre lot, 186 units at $400,000 per unit for 1,800 square feet. June 1st, they'll only be able to put in 116 units. And as they've said to us, either take this proposal or you'll get no concessions, no easements, no amenities, and all of the things that could come from this. And so what we're saying is that we're asking the council to revisit this proposal of N1A that will allow for additional housing in this way, because it will, in effect, change the character, even with the NCO, it will change the character of our existing neighborhoods and accelerate displacement of folks whose property values are changing. Thank you.
Thank you much. Mr. Lewis is not going to be here, so now we'll go and open up for questions. Ms. Watlington.
Okay, so I got a couple of things, and I do have a motion I'd like to propose, but I can wait until further discussion goes, because I think there's going to be a couple tonight. Reverend Boyd, thank you once again for speaking on behalf of your residents, not only in your neighborhood, but across the community. What you are saying is absolutely correct as it relates to the impact that may be unseen. As you know, there was a long and drawn-out dialogue over several years as it related to this UDO, so I won't belabor those points or reopen that discussion here, but I will point out a few things, because as I look at the presentation, and thank you, Allison, for bringing this forward, it's got a little bit, one of the things that we asked for during this whole discussion with the 2040 plan was more data. We wanted to understand if we're talking about, in this case, 400,000 residents coming to Charlotte, how many lots were really going to be impacted, and how many units could we conceivably get? And we have those numbers, at least a preliminary set of them in this PowerPoint and that were presented tonight. And as was anticipated, it is abundantly clear to me, and probably those of you that are sitting here, that we cannot fit 400,000 people into even 18,000 units, right? So we understand that this is not a strategy that's going to deliver what we hoped it would deliver, right? When you hear what the price points are for these multifamily units or for these attached units, we're not talking about increasing affordability. We're still looking at $400,000 homes for smaller square foot. So by and large, I would say if the intent is to increase affordability, we can see very clearly by the numbers that this is not the strategy for that. I would offer that a regional approach has got to be the only way we can address this, and I think that ties into our transit and mobility, because we're not going to fit all these people in the city limits. So what does that mean for what we are doing? Well, if you go look at the maps, and if 18,000 is the number of units that we could potentially get without HOA, and you look at slide 11 and you see that 67% of these lots are impacted by HOA, well, what that tells us is that some people may not be affected, and there's going to be several people who are disproportionately affected. And unfortunately, those are the neighborhoods that are also already vulnerable to displacement. So what we're doing here is instituting a strategy we know is not going to work at the cost of those who are going to be the most vulnerable. And that was what we talked about last year, and unfortunately, here we are. That said, I do believe that there are some things that we can try to do, and what I would like to do at the appropriate time is introduce a motion to initiate our neighborhood character overlay process on these neighborhoods that have already been identified by the city as vulnerable to displacement, and I think that that will at least begin a process to provide some protections for these neighborhoods that are vulnerable, who also happen to be neighborhoods that don't have HOAs. So we can revisit that later on in the discussion, but again, thank you for your comments.
All right. Okay. All right. Any other comments? Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, let me say, Allison and staff, thank you so much for this presentation. I think it was from our meeting last week that we made the motion to have staff to make this presentation to us. And so there's a couple things that go through my mind. I think first one, what is very clear is we got a lot of homework ahead of us as June 1 roll out, getting people very comfortable with this UDO. I like the fact, Allison, first time since I've been on council, we really talked about the infrastructure support that the UDO is going to create. Because we have I give Councilman Johnson credit, I call her Miss Infrastructure. Because you remember back in December, she was beating the drums. We need to have a conversation about the infrastructure. Secondly, and I got to apologize to my colleagues, when I made the motion, I think I used the word infill, but as Allison and my chair corrected me on Saturday, Mr. Driggs, infill is about a small parcel within the community. I think when we heard last week, I think the bigger issue out there going to be facing our community is when you have large parcels, almost the size of a new subdivision that can change the character of the community. And so I would like to ask council, if we could, tailor-made, but to look at how we can approach subdivisions and the impact that triplexes and duplexes will have as we roll out June 1st. So with the help of the city attorney and with the help of the planning department, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
At the June Transportation Planning Development Committee meeting, ask staff to recommend alternate options, including a schedule for potential changes to the UDO for allowing duplexes and triplexes in large projects developed by right in residential subdivisions. So
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you want to finish?
No, that was it.
Okay, thank you. All right, I wasn't sure.
Exactly where he was going.
Okay, so
I have no idea what you just said.
Yeah.
Can you display that?
You won't.
can we get that up on the wall?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
The motion? I mean,
What does that mean?
all right.
They can't put that up there so we can see what we're.
Earlier. Mr. Mitchell, could
Okay.
you repeat
Yeah,
your
repeat your-
motion?
okay.
Yeah, we're going to
So
have
there's
to,
clarity.
Marcus, can you get it put up? Yeah.
but we can see if we can get some copies or get it out so that it can be visible in some respect. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I can repeat it.
Yeah, please, if
Thank
you
you,
read it again, just if everyone's paying,
And then take a picture.
listening,
Okay.
everyone's listening now.
At the June Transportation, Planning, and Development Committee meeting, asked staff to recommend alternative options, including a schedule or potential changes to the UDO for allowing duplexes and triplexes and larger projects developing by right in residential subdivisions.
Ms. Craig?
He's saying make changes to the UDO that allows.
We gotta get this language in front of us to consider a motion like
Yeah,
this.
I'm going to email it to Marcus.
That's what the UDO.
Email it to you.
Okay, let's just hold up a minute. There's a copy machine. It can go up there?
I'll talk to
Yeah. Okay, we'll get it up.
I was going to.
I have Ms. Johnson next. Ms. Johnson?
Okay, I was just going to let you read it. Okay.
Leave it alone.
Two questions. Yes, the duplexes and triplexes on any single-family lot it is something that we were opposed to, and we'd want to see that reviewed. So, but also, this issue is kind of bigger than the duplexes and triplexes, specifically what Lexington was presenting. Those weren't duplexes and triplexes. Those was going to be allowed by right in the UDO. So what we'd also like to take a look is the proximity of any multifamily near or in a subdivision or abutting that subdivision. This policy change would not solve that issue that was presented on Monday. So it's the by right, because like we said last week, the developer is proposing 186 units. And when he first presented it, it was on the Lexington approach. And if you all know where Lexington is, these houses are up to over $600,000, some of them, and they were proposing 186 rental multifamily right there. So while there's some talk, with the developer, prior to the UDO, they would have only been able to build 45 single-family units. But with the UDO and our by right policy, the developers, basically said, okay, and they showed this comparison slide. If we don't get this approved, we're going to build 116 vinyl for rent units. And what our residents believe that, council has thrown them under the bus, quote, because there's no protection for them by right. So if we're going to look at the UDO, this duplexes and triplexes, we also need to look at what's allowed by right in the N1A areas or residential areas, period.
I just want to make a quick point of clarification. I may need Mr. Baker, but
Ms. Craig, I'm sorry, I could not hear what you started, so if you would just
Sure.
start again.
I was just going to say, I wanted to make a point of clarification. I might need Mr. Baker, but we've closed the public hearing for that zoning petition, so it's not something that I think we are able to talk about this evening, correct?
We're very nervous over here, and the more we talk and specify that public hearing that was already held, the potential is for whatever decision you make to be potentially challenged for having a second unadvertised public hearing.
Okay, so this is not about any specific petition. It's about the policy and the by right being allowed in subdivisions. So when we talk about duplexes and triplexes, we need to say duplexes, triplexes, and multifamily development.
If you want to refer it to the committee.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get
So
it to the
so
committee.
I would say and multifamily development in larger projects.
All right, I have
So
Ms.
that would be a substitute motion, I guess. Did you already make the motion?
Second by Ed.
Okay. Can we make a substitute motion to include multifamily in that motion.
So if I could recommend, if the maker and the second would take a friendly amendment, it'd be easier to do it that way than a whole substitute motion.
I think
So
the
if I
question
could
is,
clarify-
we have to hear it? I'm sorry, I could not, there's a lot of conversations going on, so could you read again what you're recommending as a substitute?
If we want to wait until
friendly
so
amendment.
everyone can see it.
Well, that would be ideal. Yeah, that would be the best thing.
Yeah, if-
Okay, well,
if we're
we
gonna
can
get
wait
it-
on that.
I just
Okay.
want to clarify, though, that in our N1 areas, we only allow single-family duplexes and triplexes. There's not multifamily in those areas. It's allowed by right.
Okay, then I'll just remove that specificity. Yeah, so I'll say residential.
So it's back to the original motion from Mr. Mitchell.
Exactly.
No,
Well, I'm asking.
no.
I thought
We'll
I
wait
heard
until we see it. We
exactly
don't want to
no.
be, no.
Okay.
And I don't want everybody to get confused. Let's just wait and, yeah, that's what kind of happens. Yeah. So what we'll do is, when we can see it, we'll add multifamily to the motion. Because again, that doesn't address all of the residents' concerns or all of the citizens' concerns. It's not just duplexes and triplexes. And we can't pretend that it is.
Well,
But
Ms. Craig, would-
multifamily is not allowed in that particular place type or zoning district. So we already don't allow it. It would only be able to come in through a rezoning, which council would have purview over.
Madam Chair,
yes, Ms.
point of clarification. I want to make sure that I'm clear in making sure that I understand, because now it seems like that we're discussing a previous petition, and
We've already done
can't,
that.
right? We can't do that. I don't want to, I want to make sure that, okay.
We just,
So was the,
sorry, go ahead, I'll let you finish.
so,
No.
was that an answer to a question about the previous petition?
I think Ms. Craig was explaining the definition of multifamily as it is allowed or not allowed in the N1. And I think that Ms. Craig is saying that that would be an inappropriate reference because it's already not allowed. I think that there is a disagreement, or maybe not even, I'm not sure.
Follow up.
Well, no, let's wait and see what we're
wasn't finished.
talking about.
Okay.
Ms. Molina still has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just want to make sure that I understand, and before we, I guess, accept as a council this substitute motion, I think we need to see and make sure we're clear on what we're actually voting for and on. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that before that actually takes place.
Well, we're not going to take any action until we get the wording from Mr. Mitchell, and if there is a substitute motion, a second wording would be allowed.
Point of order. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right?
Suggestion, because I see that they've put up a graphic related to my motion. I'm wondering if while we wait for that, is it possible to work on the other motion while we wait for them to get Mr. Mitchell's motion written? Just offering a suggestion to keep us moving.
I think we probably ought to clear up one motion at a time, Ms. Watlington. It might take a little bit of time, but I think it's better.
Okay.
All right, so,
I didn't mean it.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While we're waiting for that to come up, I want to say thank you for the way that you broke this down based off of, excuse me, our conversation last week with understanding, okay, what will the UDO approve versus what it wouldn't? So the slide number 9 of showing where we have some current development that has happened that looks like this will say, moving forward, this is what will not be allowed. When we're thinking about this conversation of duplex, triplex, we have a number of HOA communities. Some of those HOAs are more active than others because during that time, you've also had a number of rentals that are in the community. Some HOAs have 10% or less. Some can't get to that because they don't have the participation. Does that UDO take into account that situation? Now that as we finally got the language to come up, does it take into consideration if you have a HOA, but it's not necessarily an active HOA?
So the HOAs, like any of those restrictive covenants, supersede any of our zoning regulations. And I do want to point out too that
Okay.
Housing and Neighborhood Services has a lot of training materials about what is an HOA, why is an HOA helpful, some other information about maybe organizing for one. So there's a lot of stuff on their website about that particular topic.
All right, I think the council members now have before you on the screen a motion that was made by Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, just confirming this is your motion.
Yes, and I apologize. And not mean for us to stop the meeting. Yes, this is the motion.
All
Yes.
right. And we have a second for that motion from Mr. Driggs. So now we'll have a discussion, any discussion on this motion?
Changes.
Ms. Johnson.
So my concern is that we are addressing multifamilies as well as duplexes and triplexes. So what language, and maybe I'll ask you, Allison, what language would that require for multifamilies to be considered, not just duplexes and triplexes specifically?
That's where they aren't allowed in any of our N1s, any of our 6 N1 zoning districts. They're already not allowed. And so, in fact, there's not a lot of N2, which does have multifamily in there. There's not a lot of that even really in our community. But those are things as we are making refinements to the policy map, we can make adjustments to where we're wanting our future vision for multifamily to be. And we can certainly also talk about that as we get into alignment rezoning. So which zoning districts are aligned to within that particular place type, we can have that conversation. But multifamily, so multifamily is not allowed in one, period.
So I don't want to list a specific place type. I'm talking about the bottom line, the outcome, okay? What do we need to say? Because the concern from our residents is that multifamily developments are being developed in what used to be single-family zoning types.
So multifamily would, as we are developing and as we have a policy map that is guiding our growth, that helps inform what can be built there. And so if there needs to be a refinement of that, we are looking at that through the area planning process as to where those would be located.
So I would like a motion to refine that. So I know that you worked with Councilmember Mitchell for this one. This motion, according to the public, does not address the entire issue. So I'm looking for a change in language, since we are revisiting the UDO, a change in language that addresses the residents' concerns, specifically the residents that are here today and Pastor Boyd just spoke.
So we have a motion on the floor now.
So you made it
We've had an opportunity for people. Mr. Driggs would like to speak to Mr. Graham, then Mr. Driggs would like to speak to the motion.
I would too.
And Ms. Sajmira. All right, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I was going to be quiet tonight. But I think it's important, before we get into voting for motions or seconds and motions, that some of the discomfort you probably saw, rightly so, is the public hearing was closed last Monday night. And so we're mixing apples and oranges, which is really inappropriate for this council to do. And I think we clear that up. And so these comments aren't to talk about what happened last Monday, because I'm not going to do that, but to talk about the UDO itself and the kind of level set for the public and the council. So whatever we do, that we spring forward and not go backwards. We spent 3 years working on this comp plan, 3 years. We did 2 of those years during the height of COVID-19. 2 years worth of work with developers, with neighborhood associations, trying our best to get public input, public feedback, to change a document that we had governed how our city developed and was growing for 40 years. We changed that document. Just recently, just this weekend, I read that Charlotte grew by some 17,000 residents last year. Our city is growing in leaps and bounds. I do believe that from an infrastructure perspective, someone who lives in the University City area, Mallard Grove, I drive those highways every day, 29, 49, Prosperity Church Road, Mallard Creek Church Road, going to Mallard Creek High School. Number of people I know and respect live in Lexington, so I know that community extremely well. The grid system over there, the housing patterns over there, even citywide, that I believe that from an infrastructure perspective, we're good. We can be better, right, for certain, right? We will never be able to fill the requirement, as we talked about earlier today, about 36,000 units of affordable housing that we need. But every day we work towards accomplishing that. And I'll get to my point in a minute. We've adopted the 2040 plan. We adopted the UDO, and we all said, and I know I said it, the 600 pages of it, it's not a perfect document, in that we would have to
Modify.
educate the public, educate the council, and I think even staff had admitted that they too needed to go through an education process to ensure that we were all on the same page, knowing that there will be some pain along the way, right? And that there'll be some learning curves along the way, and that there will be unintended consequences along the way, but we made a commitment to fix it when we identify it. So I don't want to do anything that opens up a door that we've said we were going to walk through June 1st. Now, unintended consequences, yes, right? We will fix things as we acknowledge them, as we get feedback from the public. I'll study the motions. I'm reading the motion, but I'm hearing the language around the dais. And so the language around the dais is different than some of the written motion. And so I just hope that we're not, revisiting 3 years worth of work and confusing residents and neighborhood associations, and the development community, the public, and the council, right? And I'm just being honest, and acknowledging where we are as a community in reference to our growth. I'm not talking about the petition last Monday, talking about where we are through our planning process, right? And what steps we are willing to take. And I'm willing to step backwards. Councilmember Wallington, I heard exactly what you say. Your motion was a little different than what we're saying now, right? So this is different. I mean, this is, again, yeah, I mean, sometimes it's hard. I know a lot of people in the audience to say, hey, this may not be the right course of action for the city as a whole. So I'll rest and I'll wait to hear more of the discussion, but I just think it's really important that we kind of level set and we kind of make sure we're doing what we want to do for the city.
Mr. Driggs?
So, Mr. Graham, I agree with you. Having seconded the motion, I agree with you. My take on this is that we passed, amidst controversy, a UDO. And when we did that, that became the adopted policy of the council. So we're not here to relitigate any of what we discussed before. I'm not here as a former opponent of the plan. I'm on board. It's adopted. But at the same time, the UDO was a massive, high-level undertaking, and we knew that we hadn't gotten to the bottom of all of the details, the possible contradictions and unintended consequences, and therefore, we have been describing this as a living document. So my intention in seconding the motion is that this is an occasion where we think about whether or not we've got something going on that we didn't really intend. And without alluding to any particular petition, I'm a little uneasy about some of the things that can happen that I don't believe we intended. So we are not reversing anything. We're not backtracking. We're not undoing. We are simply going another step in terms of making sure that the UDO accomplishes what we want. And I will say that one of the toughest things that in my mind was not resolved when we adopted it and that we're coming up against is the inherent conflict between, for example, infrastructure development and density. So we had a big emphasis on density when we adopted it under the sort of mantra of more housing means less expensive housing. And I'm not sure we finished the conversation we needed to have. So you've seen, for example, in our meetings that the subject of infrastructure comes up when we see some of these petitions. And wow, the traffic. And yet, the petitioners are telling us, well, it's your policy. That's what you said. So my goal here is to make sure that what they interpret us to have said is what we meant. And so big emphasis, we are not reopening the UDO. We are not backtracking or contradicting or reversing, but we have more work to do. And so, Mr. Mitchell, I'm with you to the extent that we should ask the staff, and I did discuss this with you and with our planning director, just to make sure that what you talked about is not happening, because I had the same concern. And but I do think that we have to have a willingness when we see situations where the thing is going in a direction that was not in the original document, never mind what anybody else may think now, I'm not relitigating it, but if something is happening that wasn't our intention, we have to give ourselves the latitude to take a look at that. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with some of the points that Mr. Driggs shared, that we have to be willing to look at what UDO is doing and able to analyze and look at the data so that we are not increasing congestion and traffic issues throughout the city. Because every rezoning comes, I hear that there is more traffic and congestion, and it is a living and breathing document that we have. So the intent of this UDO is to make changes as we see unintended consequences. However, with that, I don't know what will be the implications of this motion, what would be the changes, and I don't feel comfortable modifying policies from the dais. And I don't think anyone should, where we don't know the implications, or we are trying to govern and legislate from here without understanding what that would entail. So I would like us to come up with, I'm open to having text amendments like we had on Monday, where we actually take closer look at data, where we analyze it. We have facts in front of us, but with without any of that, I don't feel comfortable making a decision on the spot right now, because this is the first time I'm seeing the motion. So that's the reason I will not be supporting it. However, we do need to look at the changes. There are community members who are here who have waited, I guess, almost 4 hours sitting here, and their concerns are valid, and we need to address them. We do not need to add to our infrastructure problems that we already have throughout the city. So I would like to suggest that staff come back to us with text amendments as to what we can do to make the quality of life better for all our residents and address some valid concerns that we are seeing as part of the UDO. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
So, where to start? I would disagree with what Mr. Driggs said. This is clearly an attempt to relitigate the comp plan and the UDO from the dais. If you look at this motion, what this does is guide staff on a wild goose chase. This language is not specific. It says that the June Transportation Planning and Development Committee asked staff to recommend alternative options, including a schedule for potential changes to the UDO for allowing duplexes and triplexes in larger projects developing by right in residential subdivisions. Is ambiguous as to what that means. Now, I assure you, if staff comes back with alterations to allow more and a more dense building in places, there will be high holy hell being yelled from this dais. This is an attempt to limit the place where you can build more and different types of housing. This is an attempt to try to re-implement exclusionary zoning to the UDO. It is an attempt to preserve the tool, the number one tool that not just here in Charlotte, but in North Carolina and all over this country that has been used to segregate communities, to make us one of the most segregated cities in the nation, because you can go back, roll back the tape to this conversation from people on this dais who said, yeah, I want to use this tool to make, for my liking, because I think I can use it better for communities that look like me. I do not want to use the tools of the oppressor. I want to use the equity lens. Look at the data that, again, some people who are making these motions, when they requested a housing and jobs summit, that told us data that is, some of which is included in this presentation, that housing will never be affordable. People will continue to be displaced if you do not allow for more building to happen in more parts of your city. It is a simple supply and demand issue. You reduce the supply of housing and the demand increases, price increases. So if demand continues to increase, you have to increase supply. You also heard it from the dais earlier tonight. There's $600,000 homes. We don't want those other types of homes that are 100-something thousand and different types of people can live here and live next to me. That is not something that this council, I think, should be entertaining. And I'll say that this is what I've had conversations with my colleagues about. Yes, we want to preserve the nature of our communities. Well, what does that mean? Well, we don't want duplexes and triplexes that don't look like the homes that are in our neighborhoods. Well, do you know that there are other regulations in the UDO that make it sure that if you build something in a neighborhood, it looks like those other things in the neighborhood. Well, we just don't want those. So you don't want those people living in your neighborhood, correct? And I don't care if it's District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. The same thing happens everywhere. Everybody's, oh, I'm not against housing affordability, but just don't put it near me. Put it over there. It's not that we don't like those people. I just don't want them near me. It is ridiculous, ridiculous that this motion was made, and you guys should be ashamed of yourselves if you vote this in.
That's right.
So I'm going to make a substitute motion that you let the UDO come online as is and study it in 6 months, and if there is any types of report back, we can consider new text amendments or whatever. But it would be embarrassing to sit on a body that is going to blatantly champion segregation. So please entertain my motion.
We've got one pending.
A substitute motion.
We have a substitute motion.
I'll second it.
And it has a second. All right, so the stated motion is to have the implementation of the UDO as planned and to do an assessment in 6 months by the staff for
The effects.
the impacts or changes that they would make as we call this a living document. So that's the motion on the floor. Is there discussion on that motion?
Can we call the question?
No, everybody hasn't spoken.
Not everybody has spoken.
Is this a rezoning night now, so we're going to stop at 10?
Hey, well, yeah. All right. So on this motion, Ms. Watlington has not spoken. So Ms. Watlington, followed by Ms. Johnson, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you.
Anybody
So
else?
I'm going to tell you, unashamed and unabashed, I call BS on everything that Mr. Winston just said. You're not going to tell me, can you please put slide 11 back up on this screen? You're not going to tell me that this is an equity lens when the only people that are affected live in the most vulnerable neighborhoods. This is not about NIMBYism. The people who don't want you in their neighborhood have HOAs. This is not going to affect them. Their neighborhoods don't change. We know the numbers are right here in our faces. We cannot build our way out of an affordable housing crisis. We're not getting there. The numbers don't make sense. We know the tool won't work. So for you to sit here in my face and tell me that you're ashamed because I'm voting against something that I think is disproportionately impacting black people negatively, too bad. Because I'm not stupid. I read the UDO when it came out the first time. That's how I knew it didn't make any sense. We've studied this. We don't need another 6 months to tell us what we knew 2 years ago, what we can see right here in the data that staff gave us. Supply and demand doesn't work when you haven't reached a point of saturation. It's not basic economics 101. That's why people can still charge $400,000 for an 1,800 square foot duet. Because there will never be enough room to put all the people that want to live in the city in it. This is not the answer. What is? Regionalism. Figuring out how to work with our partners in our surrounding communities. So you're not going to tell me to buy something that hasn't worked for black people in the beginning and now tell me it's a solution. Wrong answer. I can read. And I'm not going to sit here and allow the work of this council to be mischaracterized as if we're working against equity. That's crazy. I'll be voting against this secondary motion and proudly supporting the next one.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson? This is on, all right, we have rules here, and I'm pretty sure that we have a new motion, and that allows people to speak to the new motion. Now, you don't have to speak, but if you choose. So I have Ms. Johnson and Mr. Driggs, and then I hope we'll be able to.
Yeah, I also want to just make sure I speak out against the statement that we're blatantly segregating. That's not what this is. Again, if you look, only 33% of the neighborhoods don't have the HOAs and won't be protected. I'm glad I could send you this map so it could be included in this presentation. These were the arguments that we spoke about the last time. And I definitely stand up. I'm a homeless reentry housing provider. I'm an affordable housing advocate. I'm going to be fighting. I hope you have the same level of passion on the item number 15 when I'm fighting for the 30% housing. So let's see how we all feel about that then. But anyway, on this one, this is not blatant racism. There is a place for single-family subdivisions, period. You can have strategic development, and that's what we are asking for. There are places, there are urban areas where duplexes and triplexes are appropriate, but implanted in single-family subdivisions is not appropriate. We cannot just plop down development and pray that it works. We are asking for some type of order to development in the city. I fought for the infrastructure, and we're still asking for that. We're understaffed with our police department, our sidewalks, our schools. We're not even counting the impact on schools with all of our development. So we are simply asking for some responsible development, and I think that us tweaking the UDO is appropriate. And I know we're talking about the specificity. Well, we'll go back to the other motion, but this is not, and I'm opposed and offended to be called a racist because we're asking for strategy in our development in the city. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs.
Mr. Winston, you're entitled to your opinion, and I respect your passion. I don't believe you have the right to speak in derogatory terms about two people who don't agree with you, all right? It's a basic courtesy. Go ahead and advocate. Leave us alone. Everybody make your case, and may the best man win. In my mind, what we're talking about here is trying to get to a place where the policy achieves the things that we intended for it. And I don't think we need to kind of go back and relitigate. I think we should absolutely not go back and relitigate, but I think it needs more work. And I think what we're talking about right now is an instance in which we should take a closer look. Again, I mentioned before, we've got issues about congestion. If you take the HOAs in there and you take the neighborhood character, you could shrink to a relatively small area, the places where any of this stuff can happen. Is that what we intend? We're going to get the findings of the NEST committee, and we're going to want to be able to see how that overlays with what we did. But let's just try to be practical here, and certainly not go back and redo everything that we did for several years, as Mr. Graham pointed out. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bakari.
I'm just going to say real quick, because I'm confused. So there's a lot of different angles here. I'll just say that there are parts that I've heard from both groups here that I kind of agree with and parts I disagree with on both. So the parts that we all fought for 3 years against, right, I think they're very valid. I'm not prepared at this moment, like behind the dais, to redo or theoretically position a change in one evening that took 3 years. Like I'm like, there's going to be another group and another group and another group that are going to come up with the same issues, and it's not going to be exactly the same each time, but those are the inherent flaws we fought against, and the 5 of us that were against the UDO at that time. So while I passionately believe that, I don't think we're going to figure like that out right now. Yeah. And I'm scared that we do that. I kind of like a couple of the things Mr. Winston said, where we need to reflect and do it all at one time. But so I don't know what else to do other than just vote no on everything, and then we'll see what happens.
So I want to take a stab at this. I believe that, yes, there are some people that just really don't want to have triplexes and duplexes in their neighborhood. I get that part of it. It's what we're accustomed to. We're all creatures of where we came from and how we see things, and I think that that's an easy thing to understand. I also think that Mr. Driggs made a point to say that the question would be not whether or not we ought to change, but whether or not this works for change for us. And I think that we have framed this in a way that the Planning and Development Committee should have an opportunity to look at this, but I think it has to have some informed information. And I don't know that June is June's what, 2 weeks away now? And I'd like to suggest that we have got a planning director, a planning group that's worked really hard on this. They know the 600 pages way better than we do. I'm wondering if this council would be willing to have the planning director actually look at this, not necessarily by June to come back, but to actually say, what has happened? We're not the only city that's had a UDO. And we have the opportunity to go and say, and some things that are very specific. And I think one of the things that Mr. Mitchell said was really important. It was about larger projects. We cannot litigate or go back and change some of the things that are just not appropriate, or that really helps us get to a place where we can have more housing choices. But I think when we talk about this raw land and lots of it and a larger project, I don't know what a larger project is, but I think it is a valid question to ask. I think by pushing it, that I would actually ask our planning staff to develop a white paper. No, I shouldn't probably say white paper now, right? Sorry about that.
Oh, shit.
A great paper. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. I'm not that funny usually. But I think having...
Not intentionally.
No, you had. But I wonder if this council would be willing to have the staff invest some time to do something that actually gives us some clarity about what problem we're trying to solve. And how is that being done in many different places, and to give that to the committee, but not to push it as like, let's do it right now.
Yes.
I mean, I just really think that Mr. Mitchell,
But Mayor,
I would ask if you would be willing to ask the planning director to review this, explain the question, put together a really thoughtful paper. I don't care if you use it from UNC, I don't care where we go to get it, but there are answers out there. We're not that special, y'all. I hate to say it, but I know we're really special, but we're not that special that we can't come up with solutions to questions like this and really focus on the larger projects, development, and what it means for us. So I can't make that motion, but I would hope that...
We have a substitute motion pending, Mayor?
We have a substitute motion being pending. I can't make a motion, but what I'm saying is that right now I feel that we're probably in a way that we are asking the planning staff to give us a review. What are the questions? What are the options? Where are we going? And how are other people doing it, that we might be in a better position to have a conversation like this?
Are you asking that the substitute motion and the motion be withdrawn, Mayor?
Yes, that would be great. Yes, I am asking that, but can I ask that, Mr. Baker?
Sure.
All right, I'm asking for that motion to be
All
withdrawn. And
I'm not withdrawing my motion. You have the opportunity as the mayor to refer things to committee, so you can always do that on your own.
well, I don't want to do it on my own. I wanted to do it in a way that works for all of us. But I understand that may not be the case right now. So I have a substitute motion. Madam Clerk, if you would read the substitute motion made by Mr. Winston.
Substitute motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Graham, was let the UDO come online as is, and in 6 months, report back and consider text amendments.
All right, you hear the motion? Everyone has had an opportunity to comment. All in favor?
I have a...
Oh, you...
So I did comment on the first motion that was made by Mr. Mitchell. For the same reason, I believe what Mayor just said, we need to be very careful where we look at the facts, the data, where I would like to have our planning staff bring back whatever text amendments that are necessary to address quality of life concerns for our residents. And you heard that loud and clear from our residents. So I would like that there would be a scenario where it might take 2 months or 3 months or 4 months or maybe even 2 days. So I don't want to sort of put you all in a box where it's 6 months. So that's why I will not be supporting it. Again, I don't believe in legislating from the dais where we are making decisions and modifying policies at the last minute where we have not even had an opportunity to take a look at the language. So I will not be supporting any of those motions. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll call for the question on the motion for the Mayor Pro Tem made, okay? Did everybody get that again? Let's read it one more time, Ms. Bill.
Let the UDO come online as is, and in 6 months, report back and consider text amendments.
I'm assuming report back would be the planning staff. Is that correct, Mr. Winston? Our report back in 6 months. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. All right, the motion fails. Mr. Bakari, do you want to be considered yes or no?
I'll be a no.
All right, thank you. All right, the motion fails. All right, so I was wondering if we could have a substitute motion.
We have the original motion.
We have another motion?
We have the original motion.
The prevailing motion is Mr. Mitchell's. Would you have
Entertain
it?
a friendly amendment, Mayor?
Would you support a friendly amendment?
Yes, I will.
That we would have the staff recommend, or examine, recommend, and review. I think the questions, I mean, it's more than just recommend alternative options, because you have to figure out where they are and all of that. So it would be appropriate to say, to ask the staff to develop a paper on the potential changes to the UDO that address large parcel development by right.
So we are modifying the motion, is that right? Because it's different now, right? There's no committee, et cetera. We're just talking about having the staff provide a research document, a paper.
I think that would be step one. And
I'm just
that's-
clarifying.
Yes, that's what
Clarifying the modification that we're making to an existing motion. So would you say what you would like the motion to be instead of what you offered? And what she said, right?
I guess what I'm saying is to
Right,
get everybody
yeah.
on the same
So-
page.
So this was the whole goal of the motion, Mayor and Council. It wasn't to change anything here at the dais. It was to refer it to the TAP committee for study and get staff input. That's it.
Okay, so I think that we can have the referral to the transportation, but it said June, and I wanted to give staff time to actually do real work to address it, so.
Can I just clarify? The reason why we said June, Council, there's no committee meetings in July.
Correct.
And so it had to be June or it's August.
I'm fine with that.
And so, Mayor, that's the only reason why, and staff and I had this conversation, we said June 5th, because we're not meeting in July, and we didn't want to delay this to August. So that's why the June 5th committee date came about.
Well, I see that now that you wrote this in the paper. Sorry. You should have told me what that number was there for. And
So
it's
is everybody okay?
I think the question would be, how do we, if we can do this and get a foundation for it, and staff can present an outline of what would be done as the work, I do think we're not going to have an answer on June 5th.
And we're just trying to get it referred to the committee, to
Well,
the
see, I
TAP
think the
committee.
committee referral is fine. I just think that, given the staff,
It's not an action item on that day. It's not an action item, right? Like, we get this information from the staff pursuant to your referral. The committee talks about that, but the goal is not to be in a position at the end of that meeting to
Correct.
pass something.
right.
Correct.
Thank you.
Right.
That was
This
that's
was the
much more clear
referral
for
to June
me.
5th. Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
All right, so we have this motion. I think we've had it on the floor before. We substitute fail. This was the original motion. So all in favor of the original, I think
Yeah,
we've
because
had everyone
there
discuss
has
it,
been a
though.
change.
Everybody has spoken to the.
But there has
But you
been a
made a
change
friendly
to the
amendment.
motion now.
No, didn't we go
You
back to
just
the
made
original
an
motion?
amendment.
No,
Isn't there an amendment to your original motion?
No, it is not an amendment
Not
to
amendment.
his original motion.
right.
So,
We're going back to June 5th.
So at this stage, we're going back to the original motion
No amendment.
as is.
Read it.
Okay,
all right, the original motion at the June Transportation Committee and Planning and Development Committee meeting asked staff to recommend alternative options, including a schedule for potential changes to the UDO, allowing duplexes and triplexes in larger projects developed by right in residential subdivisions. It's pretty, okay. All right. Did everybody hear the motion? I think it's on your, all right? All in favor of the motion? Everyone has spoken to the
Well,
motion.
then I'd like to make a substitute motion.
You can't, there's already been one. Now, please,
Point of order then.
What's the
Are
point
we
of order?
just talking about duplexes and triplexes, or are we talking about multifamily and townhomes also?
Duplexes and triplexes.
That we never voted on.
This is fine.
I cannot track
The
it.
motion is literally on the screen.
If she would do a friendly amendment to it, then something got lost in the conversation.
Stuff we do in the office.
Move to adjourn.
Madam, Mr. Baker, is there a question? If there is a question for clarification, is that, since everyone has spoken, except Ms. Anderson, I think, would that be appropriate?
We called the question.
I think the question has been called.
I'm
Call the question.
Call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. It fails.
All opposed?
Go through the no's as well.
All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No action.
So
No action. All right, there's no action on either motion or either item. So, thank you, everyone.
I'm sorry. I'll support the motion, James's motion. Yeah.
Wait a minute. I don't know if that can happen. All right,
She's on the
Mr.
prevailing
Baker,
side, she can do it.
you were on the,
Still 5, you had 4.
Mr. Baker,
I don't know what the count was.
It was,
Madam Clerk, what was it?
For yays, we had Watlington, Anderson, Driggs, and Mitchell. For nay, Bakari, Graham, Winston, Molina, Ajamira.
Okay, so it was 4.
Doesn't change the outcome.
Doesn't change the
Does not
outcome. She could
change
be,
the outcome.
okay.
That's only
All right. Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
Because I didn't vote one way or another.
Point of order, point of order. If Mayfield didn't vote, is she recorded as a yes?
She is.
She's recorded as a
Okay,
yes.
so that makes 6.
Ms. Mayfield, it is 6 if you,
She didn't
since
vote.
you did not vote. And Mr. Bakari, did you vote?
He voted
Voted
yes.
against.
You voted yea or nay?
Doesn't matter, I think, right now.
I mean, I'm a yes already. I already know how the rules go, whether I raise my hand or not. It is an automatic yes. I'm asking the clerk because I asked the mayor for clarification prior to, because there was a conversation that was brought to the table, and the mayor asked, will you submit that as a friendly amendment regarding the multifamily? That was a whole conversation, and then it turned to a different conversation. So I was looking to the clerk to try to see if I can get clarification on that, because the mayor asked for would Ms. Johnson submit it as a friendly amendment, and somewhere that conversation got lost.
I believe it didn't get lost. I think that Ms. Craig said that multifamily is already
She
not
said it was
allowed.
not
And that's
allowed.
what, it wasn't that it was stopped or not discussed, it's not applicable.
but I also said I didn't want the specificity. I want to look at the outcome, the multifamily townhomes, whatever it is, but we're being specific.
I understand, but that's what, the motion is passed, I think. Now, let me see, Madam Clerk, we have Ms. Mayfield as a yes. Ms. Johnson has, because she voted against, she is now a yes. And then there were 4, so that makes 6 people to accept the motion that Mr. Mitchell made.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah, except I hadn't voted
All right.
against it.
I just want to make sure that that's okay, Mr. Baker.
It's fine. So Ms. Johnson is a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And you are too, right?
And Ms. Mayfield is a yes. All right? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I had a motion as well out of this.
All right,
same
you'd like to
discussion.
present a motion as well?
Yes, please. Studio, do you have my motion for the screen?
Studio. City council is hard.
It is.
No, she wants the NCO,
Probably sleep.
neighborhood character overlay.
You recognize Ms. Watkins?
Yeah, I was just waiting on my motion to come up on the screen. I sent it to the studio a while ago. There it is.
That's true.
I'm getting out of here tonight.
I thought she said that she intended.
All right, we have Ms. Watlington, your motion, I think, is on the board now.
She was initially on the winning side. All right, I move per UDO, Article 14, Section 3, on June 1st, its effective date, to initiate by majority council vote the neighborhood character overlay process for all of the neighborhoods identified as of June 1, vulnerable to displacement per city anti-displacement guidelines. And if you'll please show the map, just so council's aware of which neighborhoods we're talking about.
Oh, man, this is terrible, too.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor, right?
So these are the neighborhoods. So if you take a look at this slide 11 from the previous, you don't have to go there, studio. If you could pull the map back, thank you. So if you remember slide 11 from the previous one, and you take a look at this map versus the map that's on this screen, the neighborhoods that do not have HOAs, we're talking neighborhoods along West Boulevard, Wilkerson Boulevard, Freedom Drive, Beatty Sport Road, are the very same neighborhoods that you see here that are vulnerable to displacement. What this means is without some kind of overlay or some kind of intervention, those neighborhoods are vulnerable to converting home ownership opportunities for residents into likely rental properties with duplexes and triplexes. This is the need for a neighborhood character overlay in these districts so that that provides an opportunity to work with the residents to define what that neighborhood character and how that needs to be preserved. It doesn't necessarily prevent duplexes and triplexes, but what it does do is create guidelines based on the neighborhood residents' desires as to how that looks in their neighborhood. So this is part of the UDO, so it would not go into effect until June 1, which is why you see that there. We do have neighborhood character overlays as part of the NEST Commission strategy, so you will see that on the June 1st Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting. This motion is intended to put that process in place. If we do not do this, it will be left to the only other option to get a neighborhood character overlay, which is to have 25% of residents sign a petition to bring it forward. Well, we know if you live in a neighborhood like the neighborhoods I'm describing as I do, that may not always be the easiest thing to be able to do. So rather than leave it to the residents to come and ask for these kinds of protections, it is incumbent upon us as their representatives to initiate it. So that's what this motion does, and I would ask for your all support.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
We have a second. Yes, Ms. Johnson?
You have a list of those neighborhoods?
I don't believe there is a list, and I'll refer to Ms. Hefner because she answered that question for me earlier.
Good evening. I thought I was going to get to talk to you about something really exciting earlier, but here I am on this one. So we don't have a list of neighborhood names that accompany the neighborhoods that are identified as vulnerable to displacement risk. These are neighborhood profile areas. So there are a variety of named neighborhoods that would intersect with these neighborhood profile areas, but we don't have that list for you tonight.
I can tell you from District 3, I see Westover Hills, I see Revolution Park, Clanton Park, I see Reed Park, I see all of the areas around Ponderosa, I see Westerly Hills, I see historic Camp Green and Ashley Park. As you go on up, I see Enderley Park. So as you move along those corridors of opportunity, essentially, these are those neighborhoods.
Can we get a list of neighborhoods? Yeah, not tonight, obviously.
Yes, yeah, we can overlay these NPAs with our next door neighborhood names and provide a list.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other? Mr. Winston?
How does this interact with the community area planning process, and how was this supposed to interact with the community area planning process, and how does this disrupt, interact, or have no effect on the community area process? What is the effect?
So I think, as we're all aware, all of our neighborhoods and communities are different, and there's different strategies needed for the different community needs. Rebecca and Sean are doing a great job with the anti-displacement strategy. That's a lot of different tools in a toolbox to be able to help residents in areas of change. In the UDO, there are several different types of overlays. So neighborhood character is not the only one. There's other street side, residential infill, and some of those are better suited for different neighborhoods. So what we had planned to do, what we've been talking about doing, is maybe piloting a couple of neighborhoods along with the corridors work, because we've already started the conversations and have identified a tool that is what the community is asking for. Really what we would do then in the area planning process is talk with residents about these are the different ways that you can help manage and mitigate change in your communities. And so it's really in the next year or so that we would be meeting with the communities and talking about how they can get organized, how they can understand what's the best tool for them, and then help them in that process.
What are the potential unintended consequences of taking a step like this?
So there's a lot of questions out there. You have to define what the boundaries are, what's the geographic area. This is actually an overlay that is an amendment to a map. And so it then puts in place different requirements that the people that live there should be aware of. And so there's a lot of engagement that's involved in this. I mean, we are, again, wanting to pilot this in the corridor and then in the corridors work, and then really try to work with the communities in area planning to make sure they're aware of the tools that will help them in their communities.
So would I be hearing you correctly in saying a step like this will remove the opportunity for neighbors to interact with the planning of their neighborhood?
What?
I would just say that it's not giving us the opportunity to sit down and explain to them what this is or what their options are, and then how this intersects with the anti-displacement strategy work.
Thank you.
Mr. Driggs and then Ms. Ashmira. Sorry.
So the neighborhood character overlay was included in the UDO to give us the opportunity in certain circumstances to circumscribe. I believe that a large scale like this, particularly without detailed analysis of the consequences, the affected neighborhoods and so on, represents a kind of a modification to the plan rather than a refinement of the type we were talking about before. So I would like to consider the use of the neighborhood character overlay. I don't believe a wholesale approach like this and particularly without the benefit of that prior analysis, is the best way to go about it. So I can't support it, I'm afraid.
All right. Ms. Ashmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I agree with some of my colleagues. We don't know what the unintended consequences would be. We do not know how community feels about it. We have not done any community engagement. And again, we are trying to legislate from the dais. which I can support, so I will not be supporting it.
Any other comments? I find, Mayor, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So it's already been said that what we're looking at is the opportunity to fix it as a challenge is identified. I'm not understanding why there is a challenge with us applying the NCO, because previous council came up with a collective effort around looking through an equity lens. We also have the Nest Commission that was sanctioned by you, who's going to be making recommendations. This direction that we're going through right now, to a certain extent, is superseding some of that work. So if we fix it when it's identified, no one anticipated what 2020 was going to do. We also didn't anticipate 2008. So challenges, growth, retraction of growth, things happen. But if we know that some projects have been approved that has created a complete change of character in some neighborhoods, I don't understand why there will be pushback to try to at least meet what was done 3 years ago, because a number of the people who were in support of what was originally created aren't sitting around this space right now. So yeah, we got 600 pages. Staff has done amazing work, but the reality on the ground is it was always said that we will be able to address certain needs, certain changes as needed. So to look at the overlay, I'm not understanding why that would be a challenge to at least make sure that to the best of our ability, we are mitigating the unintended consequences, because we have already seen the rollout of where we thought we had a good idea in different areas of the city, and we made investments, and now those areas have been completely transformed.
Well,
Even in here, we have the example of what can't happen. That example came from what we allowed to happen. We allowed certain developments to happen, and now we're saying we're trying to fix it from previous mistakes. If we just have the overlay added onto it, when we look at the map that's provided and we see where we have HOAs versus areas where we don't have HOAs, it might help us to make sure that what we're creating aligns more with what we as a council have told the community we're interested in trying to support based off of what they've asked from us.
I guess I hear that, Ms. Mayfield, but there are a lot of HOAs that are not active, aren't even aware, and I wonder how we would do and take an action like this when the people don't know and the planning process hasn't given them an opportunity to comment on it. And I think that probably one of the most difficult things, and I don't know, probably Mr. Mitchell, if he were here, I could say this, but I remember when we were doing some of this work around 3rd Ward and 4th Ward, and Malachi Green said to me, he said, you know, property is really something that can have a family really change their trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
And they were able to actually make decisions about their own property. I think what we'd be doing tonight is making that decision for them, and that is a real concern for me. But well, I understand. I just want you to know that's the perspective that I have, and I don't know that we have HOAs that have the ability or have had the interest, but I think more important than anything is to have the ability to have someone come out to you. And I can say this because you guys know trying to get into Macquarie Heights, but the idea of coming into something and not knowing and not having a choice about it would be particularly, I think, difficult, because there might be parcels in here that people don't even live in our city. They might be heirs property or all kinds, and I think that this is protecting people in a way that doesn't include them in the decision-making. So I would just say that that's one of the factors that I would consider. So I think Ms. Ajmira, you've already spoken? I think everybody has Mr. Graham, and then we'll come back to you, Ms. Watlington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I stand on the comments I made earlier, and again, trying to protect the work, right? At the same time, acknowledging, as I said earlier, that we're going to have to make changes along the way. I have no problem with doing that. I have a problem doing it from the dais, right? I'm just seeing it for the first time. I don't have any data in front of me. The UDO is supposed to go into effect in 2 weeks. I mean, we're sending a mixed message, certainly to the community, neighborhoods, and as I said, the development community. I mean, everybody, right? And staff, right? I mean, welcome to your new job. Right, and so I just think that there's a better way to process the work of an important document that we have in front of us. There has to be a better way to process the work based on what I'm seeing here tonight. My personal opinion, I think changes, amendments, resolutions, all those things are fine, but there has to be a process that we follow, that everybody kind of understands where we're headed. Some members saw this motion before tonight. Others are just seeing it for the first time. I see my folks from Lexington still here. We had these conversations last year. We voted on it last year. We had an election based on it last year. We got the results last year based on those elections, and now it's time for us to move forward, right? And not move forward blindly, but move forward understanding that the next commission is doing its work. I don't want to get in front of their recommendation. They haven't made a recommendation to us, although they had a really good meeting, I heard some of the feedback from my neighborhood residents. And so I don't want to get in front of the work, right? And so it's not that I'm saying no, I'm just saying no to the process of what we're doing here tonight. That's just not how we should do business.
Ms. Watlington?
Yeah, I would like to address a few things that were said, and I will be honest, just listening to some of the comments around the dais would lead me to believe that either folks did not read the UDO when it was before us for a vote, or they have not been following along with any other work in the housing space. This is part of the UDO. This is the UDO that some of y'all raised your hand to accept. This is not a new tool, it's not an amendment. I am proposing that we use the tool that we said we wanted to use. When it went into the UDO, it was fine. Now that we want to use it, we're talking about people not having had a chance to discuss it. Again, that's an indicator that folks are too far away from the corridors of opportunity work. This is one of the things that showed up in the playbook. People want to preserve their neighborhoods. They want to make sure that they will have some autonomy and some assurance that as they have purchased in their neighborhood and invested there, that it will not be overrun, as we have seen over and over again. That's how it got in the UDO in the first place. So to say that this is something that the neighbors have not already engaged in, absolutely false. To say that this takes away their choice, absolutely false. If you've read anything about the neighborhood character overlay, you know that it requires a community engagement process. So it's not we vote today and it's over. We're voting to initiate the process. So I've got to correct the record on some of the things that people are saying who, it appears, are not familiar with the tool. We know that June 1st comes. We keep talking about unintended consequences. June 1st is coming. We know we've got all the data that we need to tell us who's sitting ducks. We know it. Our residents have been telling us for the last 3 years. This is not new information. So to say that we put a tool in a document and then turn around and say we don't want to use it because they haven't been engaged, completely and totally untrue. If you've been following anything the Nest Commission has been reporting on over the last 6 months, you would know this is one of the leading tools that they've asked for. Once again, Nest Commission met, had a great workshop, like you said. The #1 tool that people put at the top of their priority list. I know that I'm looking at district reps who are clear about what their residents want. So we've got to stop saying that our residents haven't been engaged. If we did the work we said we did, they've been engaged along the way this entire time. This is not new. It's in the UDO. It is well within the toolkit that we said we wanted to use. So I respect if you don't want to do it today, but I just have to push back against this idea that we don't have data. It's sitting in our face. The anti-displacement dashboard has been live for over a year. We have the data. At some point, we do have to legislate from this dais because that's what we're elected to do. We can't keep throwing it back to staff to come back and tell us the answer. At some point, staff's done their work. They provided a 600-page document. We, in that document, some of us voted to approve that document, and it very clearly says, by majority vote of council, we can initiate the process. So we have a responsibility to be what we say we're about. We cannot say that we're about equity. We cannot say that we're about protecting the vulnerable. I appreciate process. This process has led us to this decision. We've got to not only protect process, we've got to protect people. And to sit here and pass by an opportunity to do that in a proactive way, I think is a failure of representation. So again, I would ask that you use the tool that you voted to support.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Are you ready to vote?
I do have a question, Mayor. I'm sorry. I'll
be sorry.
I'll be supporting this, obviously, but I want to ensure that we have the opportunity, because there are going to be other neighborhoods that will want to apply for the NCO. So I want to make sure that the process is very clear on how that's done. Can you describe that process on what a neighborhood would do if they wanted to apply for the neighborhood character overlay?
Sure. So I think really the first part is talking to the neighborhood about what it is that this tool does. And so it is an overlay that puts additional restrictions on your property that is developed by the community. So they decide these are the elements that I want to preserve within my community or ensure remain the same. And as I was saying in the beginning, those character elements are not going to be the same across all different neighborhoods. And so that's why we believe that it is better to do this as part of the area planning process so we can go in and talk to residents about these are the tools that we have to help you manage and change and empower you to protect your neighborhood in ways that are important to you. And those conversations may be different from neighborhood to neighborhood. But once we begin those, we start to talk about these are the things that you can put within a neighborhood character plan, a certain number of, in order to actually put that overlay in place, you have to go and get the neighborhood character plan adopted, and then you actually go and get the overlay, because this is a map amendment, then adopted by council. So there's a two-step process with council. There is another option. There's also a residential infill overlay that relates to height and setbacks. It's a lot easier to get to a point in which you're getting something adopted. That's why my recommendation is to allow time in the communities to understand what it is they want and help them connect that with the best tool for them to accomplish what is important to them.
And thank you. Clear.
Can I ask?
Well, I just want to add to what she just said, because Allison and I talked about this. When we initiate this NCO, when we get to the community engagement, if they choose that this
Residential infill overlay, RIO.
RIO is the better tool, they have the flexibility to shift to that. So I want to be very clear that this process is to initiate, or this vote is to initiate a process.
So I have a question. If you have an overlay process and it is done, and what you're saying is, I wondered if there was a way that it could be undone.
So once,
If we move forward and say we're going to do the overlay.
We're going to initiate the
neighborhood
process.
decides-
That's the difference. We're not saying today there's an overlay. We're initiating the process
You're
today.
initiating the process for how many neighborhoods?
All of the neighborhoods that are
many
identified. She says she doesn't have a list, but if you count them up, it's about 20.
20?
Well, those are, I believe, either neighborhood profile areas or census tracts. So there's probably hundreds of neighborhoods in those areas.
Hundreds.
If you're, so if you live in Enderley Park, you might go from one street where you're in Enderley Park specific, and then the next street, it's another name. It's the same neighborhood association. So when we talk about hundreds of neighborhoods, it ain't hundreds of neighborhoods.
Because historic Camp Green is
Exactly.
8 different neighborhoods.
Exactly. So I just want to make sure that we bring this back to the people. Like, we can jump through hoops and create all kind of barriers and bureaucracy, but at the end of the day, this is about helping folks preserve their neighborhoods. And so it's important to me that the work that we do delivers outcomes that provide for a better quality of life. And so as we talk about processes and we talk about how to get the work done and things of that nature, I want to make sure that that's not more important than ultimately what it delivers.
I guess my concern is that if you don't have a process that everybody can be consistent with, that it might be good for some, but it might not be, and you're not giving that person a voice.
That's not true. Again, that's false. That's absolutely opposite of how the process works, and it's outlined in the UDO. She just said that the nature of the process is that
It would be
the
through
community.
the planning process.
It can be in conjunction with that. I think that's a good idea. But let's talk facts, and if we
So
don't
is it
know what
as
the
of the
tool is,
June, is it the June 1 that makes it go into place for this?
That initiates
Or
the
is it, why wouldn't
process.
it be just the initiation of the process? Because it would be then consistent with the UDO on June 1.
no, because it can't go into effect until June 1, because the UDO won't go into effect until June 1. It's a UDO tool, so that's why the June 1 is there.
Right, but it's the neighborhoods identified as of June 1, so we're identifying the neighborhoods.
Well, they're already identified. The only reason I said as of June 1 is because they're updating the tool, and so there's a possibility that there may be some neighborhoods that are added to the list because they are now,
Is there
based
a
on our
possibility
criteria.
that a neighborhood is in it that is
No,
not
that'll
want
come
to
off.
be in it? Or some part of the neighborhoods that don't want to be in it?
If they don't want to be in the neighborhood character overlay, that will come out as part of the community engagement process. When they start talking about what do we want to preserve, if they say we don't want to preserve anything, well, then they'll never get to the next step of the process because there will be no neighborhood character plan to adopt,
So why do we have to do it as of June 1?
because we can't do it now. Because the UDO comes online June 1. Alternatively, June 1 comes, no process is initiated. There's only 2 ways to initiate the process. Either 25% of homeowners, who, to your point, some may not even live here, homeowners have to petition for it, or council can initiate the process. So rather than, again, back to this unintended consequences, but not unforeseen,
Exactly.
we know that these are the neighborhoods that are going to see the most development. And this is not even a tool that stops development necessarily. It simply preserves the character of the neighborhood. So doing it June 1 versus doing it December 1, all we did is waste 6 months, in my opinion, because we know that this is going to happen. That's why we put the tool in the UDO.
Okay, so you have a motion on the floor
And a second.
and a second. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion fails.
You got to do against. Got to do against.
And against, all those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right. So, let's see, where are we on the agenda now? We still have item 14. We have on item 14 is the updated process for the appointed staff performance evaluations. Ms. Ajmira?
I'm sorry. Oh, yes.
We've got a lot of stuff to do tonight still.
Yes, we have 4 closed session items, and we have to do them tonight. Yes.
Yeah, dude, I'm about to quit.
Motion to go
You're
to closed
delaying
session.
it right now.
Okay.
14 and 15.
We're going to closed session.
Second. Huh? What?
We, All right.
Sorry, what?
We have some other items that we have to do, and some of these are important contracts that we have to do. So maybe if we focus on getting it done, we can do this. An updated process for appointed staff performance evaluations.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it very brief. So our Budget and Governance Committee reviewed staff performance evaluation process. So thank you, Mayor, for sending that referral. As you recall, Ms. Simpson reviewed the current evaluation process a couple of months ago and reviewed best practices. So committee members, Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Mayfield, Mr. Bukhari, and Ms. Anderson provided feedback and committee's discussion at our last committee meeting. And we did provide an update to the full council. So here are some of the changes, our process improvements. First is we will have the current year-end evaluation process. So we'll complete that in July. And second change is we will reestablish the annual performance evaluation process with each appointee, and that will be based on the fiscal year. Also, we will have a goal-setting process for each appointee within 3 to 6 months of the close of the strategy session, and that's based on committee and HR recommendations. And then committee decided that we will have a formal mid-year performance process, and that will be end of the year. So it'll be November, December timeframe. And that was based on Ms. Anderson's feedback. We have a mid-year evaluation included as part of the overall evaluation process. And last, we will have HR conduct training at our new council member orientation process so that everyone is familiar with what the evaluation process will look like. So based on council's feedback and based on everyone's availability, performance review dates for this year, it's going to be July 10th, we'll have city attorney, July 17th, city manager, and city clerk will be decided based on when she returns from medical leave. So these were the process enhancements that committee had worked diligently and have provided you all a review. So this should not be a surprise.
Do I have a motion to approve the Budget,
I make a
Governance, and
motion.
Intergovernmental Relations Committee recommendations to implement the process enhancements for the performance evaluation for appointed staff?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just have a question about position descriptions. I think last year, we learned that not all of the positions had position descriptions, and there was going to be some work on the city clerk the clerk. So I wanted to just ask if you know if all of the positions have position descriptions, and if not, we need to make sure that we have those.
We'll share that with Ms. Simpson.
Thank you.
Ms. Simpson, is she here? Okay.
She's-
Oh, okay. Thank you for all the work with data. I know there was a lot of questions, and you all provided us with a lot of data. We really appreciate it.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for clarification, what came out of committee was that we were voting to move forward with closing out
Yes.
this fiscal year.
Right.
If our fiscal year closes in June, it runs from July to June 30th, but we're not having the reviews until July. This language in the action of approve the budget, governance, and the governmental relations recommendation to implement process enhancements, the recommendation I thought was to complete the fiscal year 2023 current cycle performance evaluations for the appointed staff and begin the fiscal year 2024 process with the January 2023 with the added mid-year review starting for 2024. Because at some point in the conversation, one of the committee members made a recommendation that instead of us closing out this fiscal year in June, they wanted to do a review during that time. So I need to make sure that what we're saying It's the same thing, because that did not get approved. What got approved was the language of closing out fiscal year 2023, and then starting 2024, and 2024 would have a mid-year review that'll be sometime around December.
Yes, so that's all right, but I think what we have to do is this is our first time with the recommendations, and we have to get council members' schedules together. And so the idea was that it would still relate to the 2023 year, but then the new materials would all start with the beginning of the new fiscal year, 2024.
Should we
So
just
we're
defer this?
we're having their reviews in July.
Really have to,
We have to get this.
we're going to have it because they're not, council members are not, if we would be able to put it on the calendar that we adopt in December, but because we didn't have that calendar for this year, so it'll roll out in the new calendar year to allow for this to be scheduled.
So we're going to continue to move forward with our calendar year, but we're going to have their reviews in July,
That's right.
thankfully not in December, so that
Yes.
they'll roll back.
And then
We'll be
have
within the month.
Yes, we will be. And
Thank
that's
you.
as close as we can get.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So let's go to the items. We have some staff people that are working on item 37, which is one of those 36. Item 36. So let's go to item 36. Ms. Mayfield, is an action to approve of change orders to number.
I'm going to be on a no. I'm quite sure they're going to
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to
Second.
approve and a second.
Oppose.
Any discussion? In favor, please raise your hand.
Why are you opposed?
All right, and
Because it was
those
all in.
opposed? Those opposed, raise your
hand.
hand. Thank you. All right, the next item is 47, which is airport runway relocation construction change order approved, change order number 5 to Crowder Construction for the north end around Taxiway Old Dowd Road construction project.
And this is also one where we're on the 5th amendment on this, so I asked for staff, since we didn't get to talk about it in the room, I asked for staff to give us the list of where the other bids came in, because with this being the 5th amendment on this, I wanted to see how close it was to the next responsive bid. The challenge being, because of the way this project was done, we're moving forward, but there was
Keep changing.
something, Marie,
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, yes, to your point, there was original bids, but since that bid, there's been 5 change orders. The first one was $30,000 for different traffic control patterns that were needed. The second one was no charge for the change order, but it was to move one of the milestone dates within the contract. The third one was $10,000 to modify security gates that the security at the airport had recommended. And the fourth one was, there's 2 different types of valves, water valves that they changed to be in compliance with the Buy America, so they had to do a change order, and those did actually cost more. And then this one that's before you tonight is for Norfolk Southern. We had a contract with them to do some flagging, and they informed us that they're no longer going to perform that service, so we're de-scoping it from our contract with Norfolk Southern and adding it to this contract.
thank you.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, but Marie, thank you, Madam Mayor. Marie, to Councilmember Mayfield's point, though, Crowder was awarded because they was the low responsible bidder, right?
Correct.
And so with 5 change orders,
They were still under the second lowest, but also with the change orders would have happened with this, if we would have went to with the second, say if Crowder hadn't have bid, anybody else would have had these type change orders as well.
Oh, okay, you said it's universal, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, answer my question, thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Raise your
Aye.
hands.
Oh,
Anyone opposed? Okay. The next item is item 16, adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to execute a municipal agreement with NCD.
15.
I'm sorry, you're right, 15.
Nice
All
try.
right. Item 15, is there a motion to approve one $6,700,000 Housing Trust Fund allocation for Sycamore Station Apartments multifamily affordable housing development, and authorizing the manager to execute the necessary documents. So moved. We have a motion.
Second.
Do we have a second? We have two speakers, or do we have a speaker? Kenny Robinson. Mr. Robinson?
Kenny.
Come on down.
Kenny's here. Kenny's here.
Go for the judgment. You got like you ready to go. I'm going to get my pizza. You gonna start calling out names.
My name is Kenny Robinson. I'm the executive director and founder of Freedom Fighting Missionaries. Although y'all tried to wear me out tonight, I stayed here. I have missed dinner with my children tonight in exercise of our constitutional rights to be able to come up here and say something. So I am in support of the Sycamore project for one reason. Right? And that reason is because these is the kind of messages that I receive from the citizens when we make decisions like buying hotels without a real plan for those who are going to be displaced for them. We are the ones who get the messages, those of us in the grassroots communities. So this is one right here through Facebook Messenger. I currently live at the Economy Inn off of Reagan in the C building. If I could, I would love to speak with you about my situation. And we have a few other tenants here as well. I was working here. I have 3 children, 1 year old, 2 years old, 4 years old. It has been hard since the city bought the building. It's currently under new management. Who are talking to us about demolishing? My number is, I'm available anytime. I really appreciate it. On yesterday, the same single mother of 3 who've been displaced said, could you help me, please? I need to pay my phone bill because I'm starting a job tomorrow at 9 o'clock and I need my phone in order to start the job. So I'm here in support of the Sycamore project because I spoke to Mr. Gregg over at Lumina. He said, Kenny, I've got 34 units reserved at 30% AMIs. I've already went to the city, went to the housing trust policy process. They said I'm out of line, I'm out of policy, I'm out of process. We have lost people in the city of Charlotte, right? They have perished because of checks and balances and processes, waiting on procedures, waiting on 2040s, waiting on UDOs. People have perished because of that. So I'm only here in support of that project that is going to provide 34 units tomorrow, immediately. The average cost for a homeless person in the city of Charlotte, what it costs you and I is about $30,000. The average cost to incarcerate a person in the state of North Carolina is about $34,000. If you multiply 34 times 30, you're getting right around $1 million. So we know what can be done and what can't be done. If we can get the support of the city council, I know that Marcus Jones can make the numbers work. I know that he can do some maneuvering around. He's good at that. That's why you hired him, because he's good at that. Give him an opportunity to do what you hired him to do. He'll move the numbers around. I knew that when I came here that this agenda item was DOA. That means dead on arrival, right? Because your minds is already made up. We know who's the 3 that's going and who's not going. So please support this project.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Bye-bye.
One more.
Okay. Ms. Ajmira?
No, you got the speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have another speaker. I did not have,
It's on the original. It's on the original.
on the original. Oh, yes, Mr. Rob, no?
My name is Ken Schrader. I'm the other Kenny.
Okay, yes.
I appreciate y'all's opportunity to come speak to y'all tonight. I represent the Reentry Housing Alliance. I'm also speaking in favor of the Sycamore Station Apartments. With the HTC funding, the Sycamore Station Apartments will be able to provide a home for 34 families that need the most help. This includes wage-earning citizens making $7.25 an hour minimum wage. If they can even hold down the equivalent of a 40-hour-a-week job, that's only about $15,000 annually. If you double that up to $15 an hour, as has been discussed recently here, that's still close to the 30% AMI of about $30,000 a year. So it's all very similar, right? Elderly neighbors living on Social Security also will benefit from this. Even someone who has had a good career and they're depending mostly on Social Security for income will be earning about the same amount of money annually as their wage-earning neighbors. Our neighbors with criminal records, which overlap with both of these groups, they have the additional burden of not being allowed to let the past go. The past follows them wherever they go. Recently, for example, 2 families requesting housing assistance from Reentry Housing Alliance, the group that I represent, in the last 4 months were initially approved by the landlords only to be denied when a second corporate background check was conducted. Another family, rental application was lost, and they were denied housing the day they went to go pick up the keys for their new unit. Another RHA applicant with severe health issues is living in a hospital literally week to week because of area nursing homes and apartments will not accept him due to his criminal background. Since the Sycamore Station Apartments property manager has agreed to postpone criminal background checks until after the applicant has been otherwise qualified, because the property management will accept Enlivian and other similar voucher applicants, and since the property management will set aside apartment units for applicants with special needs, HTC funding will help the most vulnerable of our neighbors, not in a month, not in a year, but right now. I remind you of the Council's declaration of a commitment to the Reentry Partners of Mecklenburg and to Hope Marshall adopted last month. I also remind you of the 86,000 metro area citizens with felony convictions that same commitment covers. Ultimately, the numbers represent people, and each housing placement represents creating a home. This additional funding will help to establish these families as contributing neighbors by rebuilding their credit and establishing a history.
Thank you.
Reentry Housing Alliance hopes that you will pass this measure.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. As you might recall, this is one of the Sycamore ones. This is Sycamore Apartments. We talked about this. I think the challenge some of our colleagues had was that it was already in construction phase. Well, we don't have a policy right now that actually says that we cannot fund affordable housing if they are in construction phase. So it's not against our current policy. And if that's the policy direction that council wants to go, I think we need to make a policy decision and not make a decision based on a proposal by proposal. I personally think this is a very good proposal. It's one of the lowest cost per unit. And as one of the speakers said, I think it was Brother Kenny said, that this will be available immediately, which means we would be able to house residents that are at 30% AMI or below right now, rather than waiting 1 month, 2 years, or 3 years. Very good at numbers. As the Budget Committee Chair, I can say that. And he can make numbers work. And if there is an affordable housing proposal that would come where we may not have funds, I'm sure Manager Jones will do his magic and will come up with funding. But I highly recommend that we support this, and I hope my colleagues will support this. We can house families that need housing tomorrow. So please support this. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to make sure that I'm clear to the ones of you who have stayed so long to speak to us. Thank you for taking your time to, get your point across and make sure that we understood the passion behind this. I think what you're up against right now, most people here have some story, something that is going to connect them to need, the understanding that there is an immense need in our community. And make no mistake, I actually sometimes I cringe when there's a sounding that is absolutely disingenuous that we got money to get us out of this. With $50 million, if we did it ourselves at $200,000 a door, we could only deliver the city of Charlotte 250 houses. That's it. This particular project in particular steps way outside of our current precedent. We're talking 6 buildings, 5 are already built. We've never done that before, and we're a policy-making body. So in order to entertain this as a possibility, the right thing for us to do is to have a policy discussion about it, to make sure that, and look, I preface my statement in saying that in order to be creative with how we need to entertain our crisis of affordability, we do need to start thinking outside of the box. But I think as a governing body, we have to have those types of conversations to decide how far and in what context that we want to think outside of the box. If we're, I'm sorry, sir, you can't ask me any questions. If this is done on a case-by-case basis, then that's not governance. So in order for us to do this, we have to have a governance conversation. Now, I don't know when we do that. I don't know in what time frame we do that. And I don't think anybody who says no tonight is saying no to this in particular. What I would suggest to my colleagues here in this body, if we were to so entertain this, that we have a governance discussion on some level to decide how we want to diversify our opportunities to help our residents who need affordable housing. Because right now in this context, we've never done something that was 90% finished that I'm aware of. Sean, can you help me? Is that something that we've done? Am I able to? Can I? Madam Chair, if you would allow me to.
Please, go ahead.
With Madam Chair's permission, I would like to have our Director of Housing, can you give me some guidance on what we've done and how far inside, outside context of possibility that this actually is?
So, of course, this first came up on April 10th during the action review when we were presenting recommendations coming out of the Housing Trust Fund RFP from the January time period. And it was discussed on the 24th and then in committee meeting as well. I asked staff to look back at the Housing Trust Fund awards since 2002 when the Housing Trust Fund was initiated. And we're only aware of one other scenario where a project that has already commenced construction has received a Housing Trust Fund award. And in that particular case, the project was far into the development phase when it was annexed into the city of Charlotte. So very unique circumstance where by the time they were eligible for HTF funding, they were on the cusp of construction. So as it worked through the process, it was under construction when the HTF award was made. But so there's one out of about 150 awards since 2002.
And that was only when it was actually outside. It was in an ETJ.
Correct.
And then it became a part of the city.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be something that I would deem absolutely unique. And so my subsequent piece of questioning is, how far along is this project?
So there are 7 buildings that are 99% done with construction. 5 of this, here are some pictures from today. 5 of the 7 buildings are 100% complete with occupants that have leased units, not all of the units. 2 of the units are at approximately 98% complete with construction. So overall, 99% complete with over 50% of the units occupied as of today. Actually, that was as of a few weeks ago.
So would this actually be a housing project, or would it be something that we're looking at from a different angle? Would it go to a different committee? I'm just trying to think of options here, because this is something that has gotten some momentum, but now we've actually crossed over what we need to have as far as a policy decision is made, and I'm at a loss.
You know, I would agree that the preferred sequencing would have been if we could have had the policy conversation and settled the policy conversation first, because the thing we're grappling with here would have been answered through that policy conversation by and large. But that wasn't the way that it transpired. So this is where we're at. It's a very unusual circumstance. I mean, fundamentally, I think the question that is being posed to council through the vote tonight is, but for the $1.7 million, what would happen? And if council chooses to fund this project with $1.7 million, there will be 34 units at this location that are devoted to 30% AMI households and below. If council were to choose not to fund this project, those units will stay at 60% AMI, which is the way the project was contemplated before the most recent request was made for Housing Trust Fund resources.
So just to be clear, because that's a great point for our understanding, right now, even if we don't invest, there'll be a 60% AMI level met. And we would pay how much?
So the current request is $1.7 million, and that would enable 34 units to be at the 30% AMI level instead of the 60% AMI level.
But we still would be meeting a need for affordability, just not particularly at the 30% AMI, and not
That's
going
correct.
outside of the precedent of decision.
That's correct. That's correct.
So I feel comfortable with us having a policy discussion around this type of precedent. I think if we're going to take this type of step, something unique, because what we say to not only, our community, but the building development in particular, right? Because that's what we have to worry about when we make a decision, is not only how we affect what we're trying to decision, but the other opportunities that may come behind it to say, we want to do that, and you gave that to them, and we're 99%, and if you do this, we could go from 35 to 30, right? And maybe the index of price is different, but again, that's what we are here to do. We are a policy-making body, and he is great with I'm sorry, sir, you weren't recognized to speak. This isn't an argument situation. Okay, but that's not something that you're able to do. Again, I really ask that you respect me in speaking as an elected official. Sean, addressing you directly, and my body of colleagues, I feel comfortable, and I won't be supporting this tonight, but I would be willing to, because I do sit on the Housing Committee, to have a conversation around how we would like to diversify the opportunity to help our residents in need, is what I would be willing to do.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question as a part of my weekend activity of entertaining phone calls. I also went back and looked at our April 10th meeting for this portion of the meeting, and Sean's presentation then on April 10th. And then I also went back and reviewed the April 27th portion of the meeting where we took a voting action on this and this particular project. And in both cases, Sean, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in both cases there were comments from council members, city manager, and others that said, let's take this back to the committee to have a policy discussion around how we would handle projects like this. Because I could foresee projects like this occurring in the future, right? I mean, it's occurred now. It's an outsider. It's an anomaly. It's an outlier. However, this could happen potentially in the future. And if we feel like our 20-year precedent of our policy has not supported us taking an action like this at all, then perhaps we need to revisit the policy. And that was an ask that we sent back to the committee. So I just want to ask the committee members, this is not a committee I'm a member of, was there a policy discussion relative to the tenets of this proposal?
Committee yet.
I'm sorry?
We haven't had the committee discussion yet.
We did, yes, we did.
It was a committee discussion.
Yes, we did.
This was discussed
There
on
was
May
an
1st.
ask on in the April 10th meeting, and then, and we asked the committee to think about it. proposed policy changes, et cetera, and then there was a vote. We took action on April 27th where we did not vote for this project, and again, there was an ask, a directive to the committee to have a policy discussion and come back with some recommendations. But to my understanding, there has been a committee meeting since that time, but to my understanding, and I just want to verify with the committee members, because I'm not a member, and I did not go back and look at this weekend, that meeting. But this showed up on the agenda as a voting item and not a policy discussion proposal item. So I'm just asking, was there any discussion in the committee as it relates to policy, to the tenets of this proposal and the like?
That's Victoria's.
No, there wasn't.
And you're a member of that committee?
If I may, it was on the agenda to have a two-part conversation. One was to talk specifically about this project, and the second piece was to have the broader policy conversation, but there were time constraints, so the policy conversation didn't happen.
Understood.
But it was attempted.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, sorry.
Yes, so I'm going to explain why I'm voting against this, and part of this has been brought up. We need to have this policy discussion, and we can do this swiftly. This was a situation that we dealt with when our first NOAAs were brought to us. We realized that this sounded real good, but we really had no way to gauge this. And my suggestion would be to do just that. Let's get this back into committee, and let's figure this out, because what this is something new. The Housing Trust Fund, since its existence, has been used as gap funding to fund projects that, but for our gap funding, would not come out the ground. This is something different. This is something that is used more like, honestly, like a bank, where we're saying, hey, at the end of this, the developer has figured out how to build this, their economics are right. They say, we know that we can give you something that you want, invest in us, and we'll give it to you. Now, that sounds kind of good, but if you just do it from a deal-making perspective and don't have a policy that guides, where you set, hey, these are my products, I want this amount of 30%, I want this amount of vouchers to be accepted. I don't see why tomorrow the View doesn't come down here and say, City Council, if you give me $1 million, I'll let you buy three condos uptown. That might sound good. I don't know how to gauge this. I don't know why a developer in District 6 or District 7 doesn't say, oh, City Council, I've heard that you guys really want affordable housing in District 6 and District 7. I got these apartments that are almost done. I could afford to build them without your help, but give me $5 million and I'll give you a certain amount. There's no way for us to guide it. And if you do that repeatedly over time, if it doesn't make sense, then we are not being the best stewards of taxpayer dollars, and that is our number one responsibility. So this is something that what I hear council saying, and this is what we said at the vote in full council, is that we're not saying no to Sycamore. This isn't a no. We want to go back, have a policy lens, so we can make an informed decision. And if this developer is able to provide those units, because they're not cost constrained, right? Those units are not going away in 6 weeks when we can have this policy discussion and figure out what makes sense, that this can come back to the table. And that's what I think a bit of frustration was. We didn't want to be forced into this situation just to vote it up or down, when we could potentially have another tool in our toolbox that can deal with the 23,000 units that exist. But just kind of putting it forward to say, here's a cake that we know you like, that's a real dangerous situation to be in. So I would, Mr. Manager, Madam Mayor, is this policy item actually still in committee? So yes, it is, because there's two pieces to it. There was never an action taken on the second piece. So we need to get this. We need to give staff the guidance to say, let's go. Let's get this done. Let's have a lens that we can view this and potentially future deals for last in, if that's the prerogative of council, so we can make an informed decision and be the best steward of taxpayer dollars. So I'm going to vote no on this, but that doesn't mean that this should die on the vine, because it's certainly an opportunity in the next coming weeks for us to have a good, informed decision.
Any other anyone else over on this side? Okay, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you so much. Thank you. One bedroom, $403 per month. Two bedroom, $484. Three bedroom, $559. That's 30% rent. When we talk about 30% AMI, that's very ambiguous. These are the actual rent amounts that this gentleman or this developer is proposing. They're also proposing, as Ken Schrader with the Reentry Housing Alliance said, they're committed to banning the box regarding criminal screening. They're committed to having a preference for applicants who've been on an Enlivian or similar wait list for more than a year. So when we talk about wait list preferences, they're checking that box also. They're committed to having 17 units that are set aside for special needs residents as determined by the North Carolina Department of Health and Services. At the beginning of the meeting, I read this beautiful proclamation. This is all nice for individuals who are vulnerable or disabled, but this is an opportunity to put our votes where our mouths are. There's 34 units that's willing to ban the box, give individuals second chances. I had a call at 7:30 this morning from a gentleman, Mr. Harris, that called me at in July of 2022. His sister was on disability, making $900 a month. Her rent was going up. She wanted to know what to do. I told her to apply at different organizations, and she went on the wait list. That was July 2022. He called me again today. The rent's going up again. She's still on the wait list. I referred her to my colleagues because I certainly don't have the answer. So we have people out here that are hurting. Individuals, our current policy landed a whole tent city. Many of those individuals were working and in the 30% AMI. We have the ability, we are the policymakers. We have the ability to set policy. I would like tonight to put people over policy, actually. So, Sean, you mentioned different funds. You mentioned a housing impact fund. You mentioned rolling RFP. The rolling RFP is a policy, something we're doing that's new. We're starting. Again, we have the ability to create a policy for new construction. It doesn't have to be NOAA's. So we could do this. As Councilmember Ashmira, she talked about earlier, the policy's open that we could do this. So I don't understand. This developer also talked about he's willing to bring in nonprofit organizations to provide supportive services and wraparound services for the individuals. He's not your typical Ascent or the larger developer. This is someone that it's a smaller developer. We need tools for developers who come to the table and say that I want to provide 30% AMI housing. We have a 23 to 33,000 unit deficit. We know we're not going to build our way out, but when we have someone handing us 34 units for $403 to $559 for us to turn away from that, I just think is a failure to represent our constituents. And let's see. I wanted to also ask you, I asked you earlier, were there any tools for developers who want to provide subsidy or subsidized units? And we talked about different tools. Is there a tool for smaller developers who bring us units or who want to provide supportive housing? Do we have anything like that currently in our toolbox
Can you be
that
a
would
little?
fit this project?
I mean, for this project, really, frankly, the tool would be the Housing Trust Fund. That would be the funding source if council chooses to move forward with this.
And you
There
said
would-
we've done it once before for a unit that was already complete, right?
Well, in construction, not complete, but in
Okay,
construction.
in construction. Let's see. Another thing about this complex, they're providing 34 units and at 30% AMI. That's more than all of the other projects, the 5 projects that we approved except for one. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's really a byproduct of the size of the project itself. And I generally focus more on the percent of units at the 30% AMI level for
Okay,
an
and then-
apples-to-apples comparison.
Thank you. And then lastly, I just want to lift up the names, Liz Clayson Kelly, Ray McKinnon, Kenny Robinson, Ken Schrader, all low-income housing advocates, and myself, I'll say myself as well, who actually are on the front line with individuals, with working with homeless individuals. And we recognize what a great project this is, and I implore council members to approve this. We can develop a policy. You talk about setting a precedent. This is a good precedent to set. If we have a developer that says, hey, I'll bring you some 30% units and the maximum will be 60%, if you give me subsidy, then we should welcome that. We should figure out a way to say yes. We have homeless individuals on the street. We're approving hotels to be developed monthly. We know we had one hotel, and the gentleman he worked with Dream Key and all these other partners, and all they said is, we need more inventory. That was the outcome. Here's more inventory. We had a city employee who lived in a hotel who needed additional housing. Here's an opportunity. We talk to people all the time, and to vote this down because of a process, because we've never done it before, I think our voters elect us to do things that have not been done before to solve problems.
Right.
So that's all I have.
Call
Thank you.
question.
So we have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, will you read the motion again? By Ms. Ashmere was to approve it. Is that correct?
To approve A and B.
To approve A and B. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. You have that, Billy? Okay, that's okay. I just want to make sure you had it. So it was made, the motion was made by Ms. Ashmere, second by, I believe, Ms. Johnson. Is that correct? All right. So all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, motion fails. Okay, we now need to go on to item 16. For item 16, a resolution authorizing the manager for a municipal agreement with NCDOT in the amount of $5,486,000 for the De Armand Road Complex Street Project.
Move to approve A and B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Item 16. Any opposed? All right, the next item is item 17, a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to supplemental agreement again with NCDOT for $4,752,000 for the I-85 Bridge project and adopt an ordinance doing so.
Move for approval A and B.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hands. All right. Ms. Mayfield has left but is not excused, so she's a yes as well. The next 18 is an item, is adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to apply for a grant in the amount of $2.8 million and some change with the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway for Charlotte Water Electrification Program, authorizing the manager as designated, accept the grant up to that amount, and then adopt a budget on this appropriating said grant.
Actually, move to approve A, B, and C.
We have a motion for A, B, and C. Second? We have a second?
Second.
Yeah, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hands. Or any opposed? All right, the next one is the lease of city-owned property at J.W. Clay Parking Deck. Item 20, adopt a resolution to approve the lease agreement with RK.
19.
Did we do 19? No, you're right, we got, go back to Goose Creek. All right, this, from item 19, is there a motion to approve a 5-year reimbursable agreement with Classic Neighborhood Development for construction of a portion of Goose Creek sanitary sewer extension to Crest Hill Drive, adopting a budget ordinance to appropriate $2,400,000?
Motion to approve actions A and B.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Thank you. Now let's go to 20, adopt a resolution on the lease agreement for Arcade Beauty Supply. with a
Motion on A, B, and C, Mayor.
Second, and any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed?
Mayor, not one discussion, recognition, the owner is here. Congratulations. We wish you the best of luck.
Oh my gosh, you guys must be really special. Be really special. Oh my gosh.
Number
Okay.
25.
All right. Item 21 is a motion to authorize the manager to execute a telecommunications license agreement with Crown Castle South LLC to license 2 shelter pads totaling 215 square feet to mount wireless equipment on a tower owned by Crown Castle, authorized for negotiation as well as to
Motion to
renew
approve
the
actions A, B,
agreement.
and C.
Move A.
All right, A, B, and
A,
C?
B, and C.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hands. For item 22, is there a motion to adopt a resolution to accept an offer and authorize the upset bid process for a portion of city-owned property located in 600?
Adopt action A and B.
Second.
All right, we have a
got a
motion for
nomination
A
aboard.
and B. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? No one's opposed. All right, nominations. Madam Clerk, you have got the nominations, and tomorrow you can tell us who won. Okay? All right, now, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of council, I need a motion to go in closed session for the following purposes. 2 of the items will be to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the area served by the public body pursuant to NCGS 143-31811A4. One item will be to establish or instruct city staff concerning the position to be taken on behalf of the city in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property pursuant to NCGS 143-31811A5. And the final matter is to allow council to view a recording that has been ordered to be released pursuant to GS 132-1.4A, pursuant to NCGS 143-31811A10.
So moved.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hands. All right, let's go in the back room.